everyone, and welcome to the Game Changers unofficial cast. We are so excited to be here. I am your host tonight, Camilla Panda. Joining me on the screen right now, we have Zobi and Janice. How are both of you doing today?
I am doing great. I'm doing a million things at a time, but we're here. The broadcast is live. Things are moving, and I am so excited that you guys get to get the first look at the upgraded stream package as well. It's beautiful.
I'm excited. I've seen like hints throughout. I know you've been working hard, Zobi, and I'm so
Mm.
excited to be a part of this. And it's nice to have Game Changers back in our hands for a little bit.
Oh, I am ecstatic to see everything because I know we went through it already and blown away at the upgrade. So I am so excited for everyone else to get to enjoy this absolutely wonderful cast tonight of our top 24. And I believe we're starting with round two. And we know who we'll be seeing tonight. But before we get there, we should probably check out the bracket.
It's a
Yeah,
stacked lineup already. Just like off rip, it's already a lot of teams that have already we've had to say goodbye to, but in this first qualifier. But already there's a ton of teams that I'm really excited to see. And our match today, our first match at the very least, Solstice and Thrive, GC already is going to be such a great matchup. I know Zobi was really excited when they saw that already.
Yeah, no, I feel like the main kind of interesting to point out on the bracket in particular is just the insurgence of new team names. But you'll notice once we like get through and start covering some of these teams, a lot of familiar faces. So kind of similar to I guess the Game Changers flair. There's been some roster reshuffling going on. With some retirements since the last series. Since Series 3 is your last chance to qualify for Game Changers Champions, which has been announced to be in Berlin this
Ooh.
year, which I'm so excited for. I might try and go out, guys. Spoiler. Other than that, right, we have the typical kind of people you expect to see like FlyQuest and Shopify Rebellion. So it's more going to be if any of these new rosters kind of click and have that chemistry. So that's what I'm looking forward to, especially on a squad like Thrive GC that we're going to get into here soon because that is a newer squad.
Yeah, I believe of like as far as like their VLR tracker, I saw them like they made their debut only a couple of weeks ago in the Radiant Academy. Did what I would consider very well, making to all the way to the grand finals against Oomfies, another of those like rebranded teams. But looking at Thrive GC, I mean, yeah, it's a really nice players all around. They are playing well already for a newish team, I believe. So I'm excited to see them in the open qualifiers and seeing if they can like make a run potentially. But going against Solstice, that's going to be a really hard task, I think.
Mm. No, for sure. And I was looking at these rosters, and Thrive, right, is kind of Guitarist was like the super sub for like Teddy Tactics. Australis obviously was over on the boys, and then switched around as well. But Solstice as well, came out of left field. I feel like nobody thought they were gonna do that well in the main event, and then they got really, really, really far. I know when we had our little podcast that me and a few other people made, we had them like everyone was kind of knocking it down. I was like, no, I want them higher up. And then yeah, they surprised a lot of people. And now it feels like they've just brought in some even stronger hitters. Like they kept Nora or Scary Shark. They brought in Melia. And I can't wait to see what this team does as well.
It is a firehouse, and like already like they were already like they came out of left field in that main event, fourth place I believe, as well, losing to, I believe, in their lower finals they only lost to the eventual second place, the runners up in FlyQuest Red. So really it's a great roster all the way around, and they can definitely make upsets all the way through, and a great start for them here going against Thrive GC. I'm really excited to see what they got on going on for today.
Mm.
Yeah. I'm excited to see just the shakeups and everything going on, but I'm also super interested in seeing what maps each of these teams have selected. And I think we might have that information.
They go spin. They
They
go
go
spin.
spin.
Spin to win, baby.
Oh,
Ooh, ooh, we get an Abyss Decider. Oh my goodness, I didn't even see that earlier
I,
on.
I
Oh
don't
boy.
think there was an Abyss Decider. I think I might have
Okay.
been. I'm gonna go reread that to make sure. We might be baiting you guys, but I'm gonna go check. Um, it'd be cool to get an Abyss Decider. But what do you think of the first two maps? I do think those Lotus and Ascent I do remember were accurate.
Lotus and Ascent, I believe those are there's a stand like Ascent. As I know you're a big Ascent hater, Zobi, but I think that will be a great testing grounds for both of these rosters. You know, a couple new players in for Solstice, trying to retool a little bit, get that upgrade in the firepower. Oh, Haven. Okay, there we go. Haven as
There we
our
go.
decider. Okay, but Ascent I think is a great testing ground. As you know, it's the map in Valorant. It's the boring decider, like a test of like mirror comps all the way around. It's going to be a great testing ground for this Thrive going against a really great squad in Solstice. But Lotus can be a little bit over the place, and with two of these maps, you know, our decider being Haven and a three map setup, it's going to be a lot for me based on these attacking sides and how well each of these rosters are going to be able to attack one another's defensive sides.
For sure. And I'm excited for Haven because I do feel like we've had kind of a departure from what the standard composition was prior to Haven leaving the pool and it coming back in. I don't know if I remember either of these squads running the ISO, but I know it's been running challengers, and I do know there is one team in the top 16 that also does run the ISO here, kind of as a double duelist composition, and it's been fun to see how these agents start working into the swing of things. But otherwise, I feel like it's kind of a safer map pool, right?
It's a bit safer, but I know for Lotus, like it looks like Solstice, they're gonna want to be playing that Clove most likely. They have been switching it up around. I believe they played like a Cypher Fade with the double controller and the Omen and the Viper. Um, uh, really early on, but
Hmm.
I think they're transitioning a little bit out of that and going back to more standard. But there's a potential for the newer agents in Clove. I'm not sure if we're gonna get the ISO, especially after the recent nerfs, but yeah, safe maps, I think it's a great way to start things off, which I think both of these rosters are definitely going to want to do in a qualifier match like this. Just playing it safe, playing to their strengths. Traditionally, I know Solstice has been excellent on Lotus, and even when we get onto Ascent, they've played that plenty of times, as most teams have. So I'm really excited to see what they've got going on. For Thrive, there's not as much information going on from there, but they have played Lotus. They have two different comps. They're still working on what they want to feel, but Ascent is where they're going to start to feel a little more comfortable because that's when they have a lot more practice on that, at least as far as I can see. But Haven will be a very, very important map if we end up getting to a best of three. It's a map that both of them are kind of like okay on. Not a ton of experience on, especially somewhat being new to the pool, but either way, it's a really great map selection, I think. I like all three of these maps. Maybe Ascent, no, but Lotus and Haven, some of my favorites in the map pool.
Yeah, as much as I was really excited for Ascent and seeing how many people descended that map by falling off, um, I'm still pretty excited just to see these teams compete. And I do want to point out real quick before we get into our wonderful casting for this evening. There's two ad reads I have because
Oh.
we are sponsored. So I'm super excited to say folks may have noticed the Tech Talk logo below, and we want to say thank you to Emsra for being a sponsor of the unofficial cast. And Emsra just started an IRL meetup for marginalized identities and
Oh.
allies in tech called Tech Night. So if you're a techie in Southern California looking to take a screen break, make new friends, get outside, check out the meetup page at meetup.com/technight. And as you're watching the cast tonight, if you're enjoying the broadcast and you want to help support the incredible talent we have on camera and behind the scenes, because this cast is brought to you by plenty of amazing people, um, it's self-funded. This cast is absolutely self-funded project by Zobi. Please, if you can help donate and make it possible, that would be so, so appreciated on the GoFundMe. You can read more about the initiative and you can donate today if you would like to, or help spread the word and maybe help find more sponsors. And if you
Mm.
have any questions or if you want to get involved in some way, DM Zobi on Twitter or here. So, yeah. And it looks like Agent Select is getting started. So it's time to meet our wonderful casters for our first of best of three, Time to Light and Orbital.
Thank you very much, Camilla. Thank you very much, Desk. A great start to this series. A best of three is in front of us, and we're starting things off on Lotus. Unfortunately, we have to see Ascent here, Orbital. Can't say I'm pleased about that. Zobi and I feel the same way. It's basically Mirage from Counter-Strike. We see it all the time. But we're getting into things. I don't know if you guys saw this on the roster screen. Nice little addition. On the side, the normal roles that most of these GC players will play. I think they've been kept up most across this board. I like to see at least the start on a Gecko on one side. I have to say, a little surprised not seeing one on the other.
I think this for Solstice is something that they like to run a lot. If you take a look in their previous matches, of course, this is pretty much the stock standard that they run. It's nothing out of the ordinary, of course. I am very interested to see Scary Shark. I think that was one of the members that a lot of us are keeping our eye on, just saying, hey, how is this going to play out? I mean, like, a lot of history behind there. So for Solstice, it's like, yo, let's get this going. Let's have a bit of fun. And as we mentioned, Lotus is one, and Ascent obviously is like the mainstay, but Lotus has quickly become that riser of, yeah, we want to play this map. This is one that we're also going to test and figure out if you're going to play well on. And that to me is going to be a very, very nice one because I love Lotus. I personally love Lotus. I always love the 3-site maps. That's also why I'm excited for our third map when we get there. So, you know, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's the goal to get there at least. Hopefully, I'm a fan. We'll see if that's the case. A couple stats I like to bring up. Some of the agents selected. Two stock standard are your Omen and Raze. They are picked 81% and 69% of the time, respectively. Killjoy only on one side is 50%. Fade only on the other side is 43%. You gotta say, I'm a little surprised you're not seeing that twice. Gecko a little bit less often picked, same with the Cypher. You really have a toss-up between your Initiators, your Sentinels, if you really want to get into that. And then a double Initiator on one side. I have to say here, I'm a little surprised seeing that. I'm a fan of the Breach. I usually like to play Breach myself when you get onto maps like this. But seeing it here and not on the other side instead of double controller in that direction, we'll see how that plays out with the drop sides maybe. There goes the Prowler. Hopefully it doesn't kill. Scary Shark with missed opportunity. Oh, maybe not.
Marceline was like, don't worry, I got you. I got you with the 2-piece to open up. It's no big deal. And I'm going to go ahead and clean up. So a great start with the opener, at least here in the mid. And Thrive GC are just like, okay, well, we got to go back to the drawing board. I love pistols personally. I will always say this at the beginning. I love pistols whenever they get messy at the beginning because it's such a nice skill check. It gives you a good indication of who's kind of ready to jump at the start or if someone is going to take a little bit longer to ramp up. And some of those early rounds, if you catch your opponent sleeping, can be a nice little bridge later on.
Free sight, at least as of right now. Hopefully a retake on the cards, but Spike Plant should come through. Is it protected though? That's the real question. The answer, yes. Paranoia through, but it's not really going to matter. That should do it on the round, I say, but Kobe finds a return kill, at least one here, Orbital. They've made it reasonable, but certainly not as easily feasible.
This is one of those moments that you're just like, I'm actually kind of glad it's a pistol. This is very much more doable than, say, rifles in hand. Of course, 1 HP is going to be a question mark on either side, but nice swing gives Marceline a nasty forte to open up, pushing that very nice showstopper a little bit further up on the board.
So now, Marceline, in and of their own right, is an impressive player, but my player to watch for this series, mainly because I've done a little bit of research, is Astralis. Now, 2 reasons. Number 1, big fan of the Counter-Strike team and the former Rainbow Six Siege team.
Yes,
Astralis.
yes.
But Astralis themselves has only played 1 event in the last calendar year where they have gone minus in terms of a rating on a 2.0 scale. That event, if anybody's curious, is the FlyQuest Trailblazer played in October of last year. It is an insane stat to have above a 1.0 rating in every event you've played other than 1. And that goes all the way back, actually, to a couple soccer events played in May of 2023. But that's the history. Now in the current, it's not looking superb. There's a swing, and there goes Astralis. That's it.
I mean, you're up against Elaborate. Elaborate's just like, yo, let me go ahead and sit you down and show that, hey, at least at the start, in this kind of bonus, we're good to go. We are going to hang on to that as much as possible. Of course, the Seal is going to get a little something else, but Scary and Elaborate just throwing down with the best of them. And Elaborate says, I don't need to, because I already got it in hand, throws down 4 in their own. And Solstice come out with the expected 2-0 at the start, just not in the way that we were wondering.
I'm a little surprised you're seeing 4 kills on 2 separate players. Elaborate has 5, actually stole the ace from Marceline in the pistol. And now, yeah, Thrive's gonna buy, but you have to feel a little bit demoralized when you have picked up 2 total kills in just 2 rounds, and of those, neither were all that consequential.
It's a problem, and then you also have to realize by round 4 you're sitting in a position where, hey, things might get a little bit nasty. Now, of course, that's a little bit further down the road, but for Thrive, you really want to start kind of bolstering yourself. You want this to go even. Of course, you also want to try and just limit the number of deaths. I think sitting here, you only want to try and drop 1 if you can, but granted, the push could come through. It could be a little bit dangerous. Astralis, of course, trying to throw down a little bit of that boom bot, just like, hey, clear them out a little bit more. Make sure we get some info at the current moment. Those Solstice taking their time, working their way up the A side.
There's a lot of space given over for Thrive, especially considering it's a full buy round for them. Previous round, I'd understand something like this. I'd even expect a rush, which is what we saw in round 2. But here, they've played a very patient start to this. Now, there's a good and a bad thing about that. Good thing is you don't put yourself at risk all that much. Bad thing is you put yourself at risk heavily later on in the round. They have Tree. Prowler has found Stupid. Oh, no. And a terrible opening. Corrupt finds the kill. Stinger wins the fight, and already a 5v4 with a gun given over as well.
You already hear 1 shot as well, so you know you have a good idea. Now that's going to be at least 2 or 3, and so that's just Corrupt laying down on him. You got 2 and you did it enough. Miara was able to get 1 thanks to a little bit of that burn, but it's just not going to be enough. And of course now E-Sub is just sitting here going, oh boy, you know, this is going to be a problem. Good 3 round start here as Solstice kind of swinging their experience around right now.
They're really also looking for a lot of space that they're being given for free. I talked about the space that Solstice was taking. It was Thrive that was basically giving it to them. Nobody was face-checking a main. Nobody looked in that general direction for at least any information. And when you leave a Cypher on site with all of their pieces of utility in their own general vicinity, you're not going to gain anything from that. Yeah, sure, you played the Trip. Yeah, you could have played that Cage if it was in a further forward position. But a single Prowler and 1 kill, the site fell, so did all the position behind it, and magically you lose the round with it. You gotta say, problem, hopefully a solution.
Oh my god!
Two? Both of them wallbanged, one actually through the other, wanting another. Will they find it? That's the real question. They may not have to. Melia finds 1 only, but it really is not gonna matter. How in the world do you find both there? I can't find 1.
Oh, and Corrupt's gonna toss it. Oh my god. Corrupt has not had to actually pick up a weapon, by the way, for 3 rounds at this point. That is wild, wild stuff right there. Beautiful opening. By the way, Solstice is straight up on fire to start things off. They're saying Lotus is our map. We will take our lead where we want. And also with that aggression, you say, hey, we know we're in the lead. We also know the economy current impact. Thrive don't have anything, so I can swing this. I'm not afraid as long as I hit my shots. I'm beautifully set. And there's going to be the plant C currently taken over. And Thrive GC, like, maybe we get a few stragglers?
Probably. I'm gonna be the pessimist
Camera
here,
taken
unfortunately.
out.
This is not looking super
Cage
good.
triggered.
From the start of this round. Thrive obviously playing with weapon disadvantage. They're not going to be able to do all that much with it. Nice shot. That's Princess Icy, by the way. A sub we've not thrown out until right about now. Stupid Seal finds a second. Wait a second. This becomes a single round, but a 1v1. Marceline taking advantage of the fully automatic Phantom, and through the wall finds the final kill required. Solstice go 4-0, but that one, arguably the most stressful round they've had thus far.
If that's stressful, I mean, I think they're in a good spot. I understand that can be difficult, but remember, none of them really bought up. They've been holding on to weapons that their econ is now wildly heads and tails above. I mean, you take a look, 5.7 in Marceline's hands. You're looking at 4.5 and 4 and some others. The only one really is Corrupt that I think had to buy up in some of the previous, I think, helping out with the weaponry. I mean, Solstice are in a beautiful spot, and now they can take it a little bit slower. Going ahead and getting a push, though, by Thrive. You can see a little bit of a hard shove over there on the A side, and that's going to go ahead and shift Solstice over to the C. Maybe they catch out this Cypher if they bum rush, or they get some of that util out of the way.
And they're just going to send this. And honestly, it seems like the right call right now. Good use even better round just to find all the information they need. A C's on top basically wrote off Stupid Seal's life from the start of it. That's the site. That's the plant down. Omen taking some space in through this toxic screen, but I don't know if this will work as well for Solstice as they may think.
I mean, you're around a couple corners, and of course, you don't want to get jumped by that utility. It's going to feel a little bit bad. Corrupt steps back, waiting for a bit more information. A little bit of a teleport to get yourself in a good spot. And Scary Shark says, I am scary. I'm swimming in to see a poison. Getting another one. Corrupt actually goes down, but Melia, as well as the team, is ready to go. But Miara says, no, you don't get this one for free. I'll at least do some damage, but now you're in a tricky spot. Wingman goes out. Of course, Wingman can get sniped. Miara's going to put their body on the line, but no chance, no dice. pretty much at this point, you're just hoping for a kill or two. Down to 3 bullets, reloads, and you're swung on. Melia says smell ya later, and Solstice are on their 5th round in a row.
Yeah, that's a round that you're going to want back if you are Thrive. It's a superb usage of nearly every piece of utility they had. And here's a great time to call a timeout. You're going into a save round. Usually I like to call timeouts going into buy rounds, at least when I'm playing. But to each their own. Here, it is just a time to calm things down. Thrive has really not found an opening into many of these rounds. The only one that you can even say they had a decent shot at was round 4. And even then, it was mostly with lesser weaponry. Not a great scenario to be in. Here needs to improve if you're looking at this from their perspective, especially considering this is just map 1. We're playing a best of 3 here, and that could be a fairly short best of 3. My watch is on 8%. It may still live to the end of this best of 3 if Solstice has anything to say about it.
All right, well, I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to say Thrive are just getting warmed up. We said that they're a squad that, a little bit newer to the game. And for them, they opened up pretty well in their debut. But, of course, now teams recognize them. And that's the big part. I think they are getting studied just a tiny bit, especially making it top 24, which garners some respect. So I think Solstice are taking them very, very seriously, which I appreciate. However, that can backfire. As you mentioned, it can go very quickly, and if this timeout does not work in their favor, all of a sudden Thrive are going to left, swimming in the swamp, and you just have to go, hey, how do we slow this down? Well, you can't. At that point, you might be looking at Ascent and saying, okay, we'll give our best on the other side. At the current moment, though, hopefully this timeout helped them out. We're going to take a look and see, because right now they are running with just those shares in hand, just like, yeah, we'll see what we can get. You have a couple ultimates, but, I mean, those aren't going to really do anything for you.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest here. This is not a great round for Thrive.
No, absolutely not.
No, this is a situation where they are looking to whittle down Solstice and hopefully limit some of that confidence. This team plays much different when they have the confidence of, oh, we've won 5 rounds and only one of them has been close. Astrala's trying to control it here. I like the call. Colby actually finds Make-It, too, from the backside of the island, able to take out both the controllers, making the rest of this round significantly easier than it would have been otherwise. And they're still around. They've got most of their HP, and they still have Astralis there for help as well. 3 for nothing in this trader.
There is something to be said about just unleashing when you have nothing to lose. You literally just bought shares and you have nothing behind it. Colby, what are you doing? We did not expect this. You just proved Time to Light wrong. That round was not a freebie. That was a freebie for Thrive.
Thrive finds a free round with Sheriffs. And honestly, it's based exclusively off of their early round push. All they had to do, hold W. Hey, we've got Sheriffs, might as well send it. Either we use it and lose it, or play hide and go seek and lose it anyway. A very dangerous player is a player with very little to lose. And that was Thrive GC in that round. Now, albeit, post-timeout, it could be an anomaly. We could see a caveat of a round. That's what they need to prove right now. Was it a fluke? Hopefully. The answer is no.
I think it also is that surprise I mentioned before. Hey, sometimes you have nothing to lose and you just send it, and that's what you need, that confidence that you mentioned before. Right now, that's a 9 ball to swing through, and it's going to give way more information than I think they were happy for. Solstice say, yo, see this sun, and let me show you something. But Colby is on fire again, 2 off the side of the screen. Let's go ahead and take a look. This is going to be a little bit of that Rolling Thunder. Try and get some information. Astralis fires away with Miara right behind. And this is Solstice stuck in a situation where they were not expecting Scary Sharks. Gotta put on the Jaws theme and make some magic happen, or else you're gonna lose 2 in a row. And Thrive GC, I have no idea what was said, but it feels like they are turned on, they are activated, and they are ready to make this a game. Scary Shark though swings on 2. Can you get behind? Yes, you can. And you're gonna go ahead and pull that TP out, and all of a sudden, you got position on the defense. C is gonna be the plant, and Thrive GC, their hopes are almost stashed away.
That is an insane way of picking at least 1 up, but the fact you find 2, you avoid the flash, you turn, shoot Dizzy, and are able to find both kills as they both walk in the same side of the dark cover. Now, it becomes the true 1v1, albeit an elaborate one. This plant went down well over 15-20 seconds ago and gives a lot of time to set up for Scary Shark. They're playing hide and go seek from distance. They're just patiently waiting in through CT, and the flank could go through that C link, but the option is just wait and play patiently. Astralis still has the showstopper and both blast packs should they need to use either one, but the problem is the time is now becoming a factor. Astralis has wiped out C main, but they didn't think as much about CT. Scary Shark finds all 3 in the 1v3. A downed spike outside of their control was the least of their worries. Solstice, how in the world do you bring that round back?
Scary, specifically. We mentioned this is a person that we really do want to watch for and really want to ensure that they are going to step up at that time. It was one that we had on our radar, and that was important, clutching up at the end. However, you don't want to be in that clutch scenario, so this time around for Solstice, let's see exactly what you can do once again to not be in that scenario. Colby, though, activated 8-6-1 right now.
If you're 8-6-1, you're basically walking through freely from the start. And remember, you're 8-6-1 in a game you're losing 6-1. That is not supposed to happen, albeit the 6. The 8, maybe not so much. Thrive GC happened to be fairly happy with how that previous round start went, but the problem is they just did not have everything to work with afterwards. They didn't take as much space as they probably could have. That's, again, like the third time I've brought that up. And because of it, you limit 1 point of egress, and magically a single smoke kind of ruins your round. At this point, Solstice are doing the exact same thing
You
they did
should
in
run.
round 5, where they just take free space. And it's not much you can do if you don't.
Spike down A.
He's going to try and stop that plan as much as possible with another piece by Solstice.
30 seconds left.
Says thank you very much around
One enemy remaining.
knows as much as possible, but unfortunately it does not work as well as they want. As Strahl scores sneaking around the back of that corner, it doesn't work. Allows checking the corner of a teammate and keeping the shoulder safe. The Solstice to take the back around and ensure they move on to center.
So we've got the Brazil. It was only a matter of time before that came through. 7-1 for Solstice here on Lotus, but by no means is this one over. Thrive GC, looking at how their composition is set up, they play for a much better attacking side, assuming they play quickly. And right now, it just seems a lot better for them when they do so. The problem is, on this defensive side, they don't seem comfortable with that speed of play. And that's the problem. A lot of teams fall into the fallacy of, oh, we're on the defense, we have to rotation. Oh, we're on the defense, we have to wait for them to push us. Sometimes that's just not the case. The only time we've really seen them play aggressive is round 2, dusted on a conversion round. And the round they picked up when they finally had those sheriffs in hand. Great usage, the breach, just to at least shut down the for a second. Even better flash, and corrupt is dead. There you go, that's the aggressive play we've been looking for, and magically it works.
It does, but on the other side, Solstice are like, we can make a play of our own too. Hard push into the site leaves them high and happy right now. You are looking at a 4-2 situation with Rise not shadows traveling. Very, very difficult retake considering how far Solstice are currently pushed up. Take a look inside of that C link. You can see just hiding and waiting here. Colby, of course, is B, and now you're going to
Last player standing.
And Melia wins. Of course, Niara was able to fire off on the back end, and now you're 1v3. For Solstice, I mean, the Thrive are starting to make steps, and every time they do, Solstice stepped up and put on that experiment just to push it a little bit. Better be ready to burn some brothers. There is 8 for Solstice here in the first half.
All right, somebody go clip that shot from Marceline. You'll see with the X-ray, they throw a blast pack on the wall in front of them, and then as they're strafing across the entryway, they blow the blast pack, which accelerates their speed across the entryway and just throws off the angle. There's no way you're hitting that shot if you're Miara. Great play from Marceline. Very, very entertaining. You gotta love to see it.
It's just stylish at that point. Like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
knew you were gonna win anyway, and you're just like, let me see if I can hit this clip real quick.
Sometimes the style points are just as good as the actual points you get at the end of the round. Here is the round that could be the most. Another buy round. Oh, Astralis misses the opportunity. Scary Shark shuts him down from the high ground. Seems like Obi-Wan Kenobi was right, and Solstice again have the player advantage.
Right there.
Alright, see if that follows through. Maybe you can break that curse as much as possible. For IGC, you can still make some work happen. You got a couple ultimates in your back pocket, especially Solstice.
I got the
Once
fire.
that thing goes down, maybe you can get a new entry with Marceline. Sweeping around the edge with the showstopper, just clearing out corners, which I think is very
Spike down
jump
A.
low, of course, the meeting on the other side. Colby still finding some of those early kills before falling on their own. As you know, Colby is
Face
stepping up
your
big
fear!
time for the Thrive, but it just feels like it's not enough right now. Nightfall goes out, catches 2 of Thrive, and all of a sudden the information is it's starts walking away.
One enemy remaining.
Finish off by falling, and all of a sudden you are stuck in this situation. For Princess Icy, you are just yeah, save, sit back, don't worry about it. For IGC, the timeout worked for a little bit, of course, but since then, it's still Solstice's game.
You call one timeout, you find one round. Unfortunately, there are not 13 timeouts in a
Almost
game.
two.
So.
Almost two. Give him credit.
Yeah, true. Okay, yeah, they almost found back-to-back, and then they kind of tossed a 1v3. But that's neither here nor there. You gotta say, Solstice's attacking side has been very good. But the main problem Thrive has had is that speed, it seems, from the start of every round. The 2 or 3 rounds that they've played quickly, one of them they just barely lost. The second, they won. The third, they lost because they stopped playing quickly in a 3v1. And then arguably the fourth, you kind of only played quickly on one side, you gave up C side, you know, so that's a caveat. But here is again a situation of how quickly are they going to play. I hate to use the speed of tempo as my main argument for how their success is going to be, but it just seems to be the case right now, at least without any more unknown variables.
It's one of those moments where, for a good team, Solstice are showing that they are a good team right now. It's the identification that's not as strong as you right now. And we talk about the comfort and everything like that, but I like the fact that you pointed out tempo because it is. Thrive are kind of just sitting back, letting this speed kind of overwhelm them, and you just have to be aware of that. For Solstice, now you're going to slow it down a little bit. You get to take your choice. They haven't heard too much movement. Of course, you know, in this situation, Thrive are sitting on a very low gun output, so hey, go ahead and try and figure out a Strahl is running forward saying, yo, Stinger's going to be my homeboy and maybe we can get something. But of course the chase is just leading him in a merry-go-round of sorts as Ace side is now going to be flooded by Solstice. But look on the back end, Thrive, if they can get a nice little pinch, if they get the surprise factor, maybe Solstice will be caught unawares.
Now the question is, how quickly does that alarm bot deactivate? Immediately. Okay, so it is seen, it's shot, only one person is at least noted. There goes all the utility. The raise was heard, there goes Dizzy, and a flash point from Breach. Nearly everything comes through, as does a double blast pack from Astralis, but no kill, at least not for Thrive GC. Only one picked up in their favor. It's Colby with a Sheriff. Miara with a Guardian makes it somewhat reasonable, but a 3v2 by no means easy. I'll take it.
Oh, Corrupt, that was nasty. Firing through the wall in the last second, grab that kill, and then it's another bomb to go out here. Marceline says, you know, watch this shot, lobs one in, takes their 10th as Solstice are now looking at 3 rounds away from taking map number 1.
This is a concerning start to a series as well, because this is a map that we were looking at saying, yeah, this is somewhat reasonable for them both to pick up. Yeah, again, Solstice a little bit, in terms of their current composition, newer, but obviously their previous history shows they're a team not to be trifled with. I mean, looking at some of the teams they've at least beat, they've recently beaten FlyQuest Red. That was all the way back on June 10th. But FlyQuest Red is also the only team that they have consistently lost to. And if you're only losing to one team consistently, that's probably a good team.
It's just, I think Thrive are just a little bit out of their element right now. They feel, hey, maybe we got to warm up. And at some point, maybe you sit there and go, okay, like I said, the game is over. Look at map number 2 or anything like that. Of course, you don't want to sit in that position. You never want to be in that position. Miara, of course, says, no, we're not doing that. Or, of course, being locked down, you go ahead and reclaim and go ahead and maybe give it another shot at the end of the time, though. Solstice just kind of slowing things down. They did this last round as well. A little bit of bait, wait for the footsteps. Hear anything great? If not, go ahead and sprint another way. At this point, though, B side, which has not been hit this entire time, I want to say this is going to be that first major attempt at this site, and Colby is holding it down. Remember, as long as Colby is up, there's a chance that they get a free fire. They were the one that actually brought that first round for Thrive to the forefront. However, the rotate out to the C side said no worries. Astralis is now going to try and hold it down as well. Colby with the rotate behind. 35 seconds left. There has to be a punch, and that's going to be the Viper spit to cause a third rotate, just messing with the opponent's Solstice, trying to draw them every which way. This actually might be a meeting of the minds as Melia is just like, yo, I heard some footsteps. This is a wild, wild round right now.
The bait and switch, but it turns out the switch was also a bait into a third switch. They've gone A after going B and then C. It's the game of Ring Around the Rosie, and it's working to perfection for Solstice. There goes at least information around the corner. Melia gets it shot out, though, so at least no confirmation of how much information it was. The problem, there's still 5 players alive for Solstice. One of them sitting in the B site, the remaining 4 on or around A, and they still have to clear out this lurker. Melia just becoming much more of a problem than they are worth solving. and Thrive GC are not going to have a reasonable opportunity at picking up this round. Melia looking to swing onto the Omen, probably not going to win that fight, but they honestly don't have to. They are just more of a distracting factor, and it's going to consistently work. Make it 2 kills picked up at least for Thrive. Wingman's defusing. I don't know if they're aware of it. The shots are missing. No, the ninja doesn't work, and because of it, they'll lose. The shot straight through the box next to the default plant site gives Solstice the round. Wingman nearly carried them to a second. In the end, so close, yet so far.
And Thrive is striving to make another round happen. That is not the second time that they've been that close to a round.
Yeah.
You know, what was it? Round, I think it was a 7. They came
Yeah.
extremely around for themselves. And you can see it. Thrive, it feels like they got the playbook. It feels like they know the movements. I mean, those rotates. To follow through on the rotates, by the way, is something to be commended. You are able to match pace. You are able to try and follow through, and at least you're able to stave off most of it. It was just Solstice played a really nice game of dodge around the Rosie. For Thrive now, you get the chance to do that on your own. You're on the attacking side, get a good start here in the pistol, make it your own, and try and force Solstice to your own tempo, and you have the conductor's baton, maybe you can do something with it.
So, a second half now on the cards, and a pistol round is a basic necessity for Thrive to win this. They could not win the conversion round back in map number 1. I'd be very surprised if that changes course, or in half number 1, not map number 1. But I'd be surprised if that changes course here in half numero dos. And hey, they're on the attacking side. Maybe that changes their fate. They're playing with the double initiator, which will help their case to get in, but contrarily, the double controller will just make it that much more of a hindrance, so it all kind of cancels out.
A big part is if they have the, I want to say the gumption, to actually go forward with the double initiator, you do have to be willing to jump in. When you already know Solstice have amazing shooters right now, like Solstice are currently locked. They are solid right now. So for Solstice, I got to sit here and go, how are you going to feel about this? Because you know Thrive aren't going to be making any messy moves at the current moment. They are waiting down the time, 40 seconds left, and the hope, at least at the end of the day, it's going to be very, very, it's going to be rough. That's the end thing that I'm going to say here, as it seems Princess Icy might be met with a dangerous spot. That's going to be a turret number 1, gets out with their life, which is quite interesting, but Strellis on the other side finds Scary Shark, goes hunting for the fin, going to make Shark Fin soup, and get the plant down behind.
At least you get the plant down, but at this point, a 4v3, the retake seems scary, and all the paint shells were the ones that at least shut down that early opportunity. Marceline walking forward, only the Howl behind them makes this very difficult to contend with. No information, and a free swing, but a flash ends up landing.
Oh.
Colby able to take out Marceline because of the late-timed flash. Corrupt is on this flank, makes things a little bit more challenging, but it seems like Mayara is aware of it and finds the kill as well. Stupid Seal looking from one angle, Miara the other. It's basically a game of geometry from that point onwards. Thrive wins the second half pistol.
Basic geometry as well. Very nicely done by Thrive. Kick him back here inside of the pistol. And I love it. You needed this round. We mentioned it before. For Thrive, you need to start off with the pistol. You need to open up with a nice bonus. And if you get a good chance, make a run of rounds like Solstice did to you earlier. 5 rounds in a row was one of the more painful starts. And for Thrive, you want to do that of your own. You're going to lead with the Gecko once again, get a little bit of that pop, blind out some enemies, and see if you can push forward. In that same vein, though, you can see Marceline pushed up very, very far, waiting on that mound. And for Thrive, you just don't want to test those limits at this point. However, you catch one unawares, elaborate. Going to find one before falling as well, but Solstice down to a 3v4 situation. And Melia is going to run forward, so this is going to be a hard push to chase if they can make it happen. But for Thrive GC, they find an opening site, they're going to take it.
This is a situation where Solstice is just trying to retake and become more of a hindrance. You're maybe going to save a rifle here, but even then, you just want to try and make this problematic for Thrive. Don't allow the bonus to be a full bonus. Don't allow Thrive to start this comeback more thoroughly, because from right now, Solstice are still in the driver's seat. But the more these rounds start to count up and up and up, the tally and the odds that this becomes more problematic down the line just continue to grow.
Of course, Miara is just sending them through right now. Good stinger to fire away. And Solstice are just like, yeah, I mean, what else what else can we do at this point? You go ahead, hold it down. You don't really have much in the bucket, so maybe you go for some of those lurks at the end. Just try and go and grab some of those kind of end kills and frags here. Thrive GC, though, they're taking their time. They are making sure to batten down everything because, of course, you're good to go. You go ahead and push all 4 away, and now you get to roll into this third of the half in a very safe way. You can even go ahead and purchase up a few and try and upgrade, which I think is very necessary at this point. You can't give a single round over to Solstice, so it is going to be matched in at least some of the equipment purchases.
Oh, for all of you wondering, hey, why the heck did somebody from Solstice just run and die to the spike when they probably had like pistol or armor or maybe even SMG? The answer is 1,000 credits. If you die in the round, you get 1,000 credits. If you don't, you don't. And obviously, if you have some weaponry that is worth more than that, you're probably going to want to save it. Otherwise, probably not the greatest of ideas. Thrive will, however, find that conversion round. Here's the big bonus, though. This is big for a couple reasons. Number one, this is a round that Solstice nearly every day of the week should win. But because of how Thrive has bought up in the last couple rounds and the fact that Colby died in the previous round, it makes it much more reasonable for them to buy a Vandal, the 2 Bulldogs that were previously purchased to have a lot more effect, and Princess Icy is running that Guardian. This now becomes a real 50-50 kind of round where most of the time Solstice would have the clear and obvious advantage. If they win it, they're probably going to shut down most of the economy for Thrive, and they'll turn it into map victory. Should they lose it, however, you can see their credits. They've got a total of 650 across 5 players. That's not a heck of a lot.
Nope, it's not at all, and that would actually give a little bit more breathing room there. Not to mention, for a lot of Thrive, if they win this round in a good standing, you know, 3 members left, 4 members, whatever we want to say, they get the jump on them. All their guns get upgraded. They don't have to spend anything at all. You are looking at, if they are able to find it, if Thrive are able to find it, it's just going to continue on. And actually, I want to say the issue will actually be with Solstice if they can stop that snowball. Granted, I assume Solstice can do it. They have a lot of wiggle room. I mean, they literally only need 2 more rounds to go ahead and close things out. So if things go wrong here, not the worst in the world. You have a little bit of room to play with and get silly. But at the current moment, that one way is going to try and slow everyone down. Thrive, of course, just kind of biding their time. Solstice just going ahead, swinging their flex here and there between A and C, just hoping to get some value. There goes a little bit of that boombot, though. You can see Thrive just trying to fish around for a little extra information.
Right now, a game of fish, or a game of Go Fish, is probably not the easiest one, especially considering their weaponry. But looking at how this defense is set up, oh my goodness, I was going to say B-site seems more difficult to take. Now double that as Australis dies through the toxic screen that was just set up. Timing could not have been worse for Thrive. They do find a refrag, at least make it reasonable, but swinging into 3 players, just not a recipe for success, and that's another kill going Solstice's way.
Corrupt is absolutely demonic for that. That is now the 2nd time they've been able to pull that off in this game alone, and I love it so much. It puts a hint of fear in the opponent whenever that happens, and you have to be very, very fearful of the fact that's going to be a double swing. Marceline is able to take 1 before falling, and that's more than you really need. Thrive currently sitting in 2v3. We've seen some of these situations go the other way, though. So for Solstice, you don't want to get too messy. Time winding down here. It's going to be chased onto the A site. Thrive are in a panic. They are not going to be in position for this retake defense.
Oh, no.
It's going to be quite dangerous. So here comes the move. Stupid Seal hiding in that corner, ready to help out. Melia right now with this Odin ready to go, but Elaborate takes 1 away, and Melia is just going to be chasing those ghosts around the field. Going to go ahead, tap, open up, and Melia takes that frag. Solstice wipe Thrive out and grab that defusal. That puts them on map point.
Map point, the haunt early before that plant even fully goes down, that's great. Usually you'd see people reposition after the spike goes down, but as it's going down, you have to play active defense. You have to have 1 person planning, the second one actively watching nearly all points where they could be taken out from. So naturally, a haunt's a little bit more effective from the start. You guarantee both players are on or around the site, you limit the possibilities of where they could be, and obviously you speed up your retake because of it. Solstice play that one nearly textbook in a 3v2, they play the player advantage as well, and, you know, a couple nice shots couldn't hurt. Thrive now up against the ropes, and unless Muhammad Ali starts coming out with those dodgems in a fan expo, this is going to be more problematic.
No, this might be a little bit more of a Mike Tyson situation from Solstice as they are looking to get right in the face if possible, pushing quite far over in this A site, and Thrive taking the other route if they can. Through mid, a little bit of a touch into B just to see if they can find any extra, but of course the smoke off denies them. Now they're stuck here on the mound. How much further are they going to go in? KJ holding it down on this edge. Lavery last time cutting off a lot of their hopes. Thrash getting sent out. How far are you going to chase? Really far up, and that's going to allow Stupid Seal to find one. Not so stupid here. And that leaves the C site very much overtaken. If they get the plant down, this will force Solstice to figure out an option. Hard Spray, though, stops Wingman from getting the plant, and Corrupt gives themselves a little bit more time. Stupid Seal finds Marceline behind, and that'll be the plant. Solstice 3v5.
That honestly should be the round as well. This is a position where Solstice understand they have the clear and obvious advantage in the map. They do not need to play for these individual rounds that, at least as of right now, don't mean a heck of a lot. Melee is at least going to do something up above. Finds one, almost a second. Low HP from Yara, but they're able to take out their counterpart, Initiator, and make this probably a done deal. It just comes down to whether there's some divine intervention in favor of Corrupt, and the answer is no. They're backing away.
It's gonna be a good one here. I'm already interested to see if Thrive are able to bounce back in game number 2 or not, because that just to me is going to be kind of the fun part here. Of course, they're moving into that 4th round. There is still a chance to go ahead and swing back, but Corrupt is trying to go ahead and grab a couple extra kills if he can. You know, get those stragglers at the end. One tap, and you lose the Odin. That one feels kind of bad here, but for Thrive, you're happy about the current situation. Only need to rebuy on, I think, 2. So, not the worst thing in the world for Solstice. Bargain bin buy time.
You're at a position now where, hey, Solstice is more than happy to just slow things down. Obviously, not wanting to overextend yourself is probably a good idea when on map point, especially considering they're up 8 rounds as well. Thrive would have to put on a clinic of a second half. Basically, Solstice's first half of a second half. And when Solstice just has all that time to comfortably play, save up all their ultimates, and kind of do stuff like that. Scary Shark with the Sheriff, trying to become the judge, the jury, and now the executioner with the 50 caliber in hand. Almost finds a second, but it's just damage, and it's more of a hindrance. Nearly everybody try to swing. Scary Shark finds 3.
No.
Looking for a 4th. Over swings, overheats, and a heat check comes through, but not before 3 from the Shark. That's insane.
Shark Week. It's all about Shark Week right now. Thrive GC stepped a little bit too far into the sea, got bit, and now they are bleeding heavily. Not as heavily as they seem, though, as Solstice going to try and round out. Granted, Solstice have gone ahead and upgraded most of their guns. They go ahead and put themselves in a nice position, and for Thrive, you go ahead and say, okay, how are we going to do this one? Let's go ahead, try and chase up this mid. Solstice will have a flank maneuver if given the opportunity. I'm sure they've still got some util in the back pocket. They also have the Nightfall if you wish. Fade's still in the back pocket, says, yo, no big deal. But of course for Thrive, this time we want to see that really nice setup if they can with 2 members. Spacing is important. The defense setup is important after this plant goes down. I actually like this one. Miara sends out the wingman instead, gets that plant. They're both going to rotate back to CT and see if they can find an extra on this back end.
So you have the plant down in the open. This basically leads you to play anywhere you please. You've got one rotator going towards C-Link, the Gecko seemingly going to stay up above and try and play Heaven as much as they can. Fade rotating through the A-Link, 2 players through B main, but they seemingly don't know about the breach. How does the timing go? That Nightfall finds at least one, so the information on 1 is there, but how much is there afterwards? The Nightfall prevents hearing on one side, and the utility on the opposite side just prevents the exit through. No way to play it with the lack of utility, nor the lack of presence across the board. The 2v3 just not attainable. And it's a 13-4 that was won on ego.
I mean, let's give credit where credit is due. That was Solstice putting on a show to start things off. I mean, Corrupt to open up with some nasty... I mean, yes, Scary Shark had some moments, but Corrupt jumped out to me, and that was the whole reason. Like, when you have a good team, and when you want a good start, you need those opening rounds to really give yourself a jump start. And I cannot understate how important it is to have a strong start in any FPS. To open up with 5 rounds, specifically because Corrupt went absolutely mental in a strong way in the opening 3 or 4, it was wild to watch. Very, very impressive start.
You have to say it's down to, hey, we could play comfortably, we could save up all our ultimates till the end of time and just play for the 13-6, 13-7, even 13-8 when it came down to it. Or we can go Sheriffs. Scary Shark can live up to their name and just play the Jaws music on their way around the mound in C main and walk away with map number 1. That's Lotus coming to a very quick conclusion, and one that Thrive GC is going to want back. We're going to step aside, we're going to let the desk take things over, Camilla and company take it away.
All right. Thank you, our amazing casters. And also, real quick, thank you, aka Mascalonia, for rating on in. And Zobi, I believe you mentioned that you know them and you can provide further context, I guess.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for the raid. Again, the GC Official Cast just thrives off of support in any means. If you can't support financially, you can support by just getting the word out there. So whether that's rating, retweeting the posts, or whatever. And I love Akavast because they do a lot over in the DACH region, or Germany, both in challengers and also in game changers. You know, they helped out with game changers at EMEA, and they help out with Project Queens, which is the German League of Game Changers. So cool to see that over the pond to support, and just hopefully to grow the project even more.
Yeah, thank you for rating and raiders. Thank you for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed our last match, which was absolutely incredible and ended in a thrifty, which I don't know if I've seen that in a little bit, but Zobi, Janice, which one of you want to start off first?
It was a bit of a little. It was a little. I know you were mentioning earlier. It was a little disappointing with like how the match ended. I know that we were really hoping that Thrive could put up a little bit more of a fight all the way through, but it seems that Solstice really had this in the bag from the get go. They were 0 to 100 off rip.
Oh, for sure. Showing why they are a previous main event team that made it pretty far in to the bracket as well. And I mean, it's kind of scary, you know, when we think about the fact that I believe this was Thrive's map pick as well. So just making sure that when they get back over now to the next map, that they can kind of rebound a little bit. Like we mentioned, this pool, right, is Lotus, Ascent, and Haven. Like it's maps now we're getting to that you should know if you've been playing Valorant for more than a minute, right? Particularly Ascent, like hasn't left the pool, and then Haven, even though it just came back, right, it was there for a really long time beforehand. But Janice, I know you were paying a little bit more attention while I was putting out fires, and you had some of the more interesting details on the game. So why don't you show that to us?
All right, awesome. So I first time using Valoplan. This was awesome. I love
Ooh.
being able to do some analyst work. To start things off, first off, Marceline got a 4K in round 1 with that pistol, and by in the first pistol, and by round 4 already had it up. So that's our raise that you really want to take a look at right there. They already have Showstopper here in round 5, which is what we're analyzing. Thrive have not been able to win a round, so this time they're going to try and go for a little bit of an A aggression play. So if we move over right here, so they're going to use Breach Stun, they're going to do a very standard defensive like thing, just go for a rubble control. So they're going to throw the Breach Stun, they're going to go paint shells, they're going to throw Dizzy, and despite the Viper Orb that allows a little bit of cross, their Gecko is going to be able to grab Thrash, which is the main point of this play. So they were one off the ult, able to get Thrash for that retake. Meanwhile, for the side of Solstice, they are playing a little bit of a default, looking towards B main, expecting B main aggression. They have a triple stack plus a turret watching this B cross right here. So they're expecting that, but they hear a bunch of noise going A. They realize they're going for that Thrash. So off that sound, 5 seconds into the round, they're already moving towards C. They decide to prowler up B, trying to see if there's anyone pushing through that smoke. And the rest of them are just sprinting towards the C site, which they're assuming is the weak site. Pardon me. Thrive are just holding that rebel control with their Raze, their Gecko, and their Breach is already starting to rotate towards B, expecting a B launch. But as we get over towards ready for the site exec, this is where your Cypher is going to have a not fun time, because now we saw really great util usage over towards A site with the Dizzy, with the fault line, with the paint shells and everything. Now it's time for Solstice to do a really great C exec, because now they are going to be utilizing the Showstopper along with everything. So first they're going to do is they're going to throw this Haunt. Just to scan if there's anyone onto the site. It scans Cypher. At the same time, the Raze is going to throw paint shells for a Cypher trip that was holding this cross right here that prevents people from just jumping into the site. But that paint shell will be able to break it. The Cyber Cage isn't going to do anything. Solstice is just going to break through that explosive. So they're going to throw off that Haunt contact, they're gonna throw a Paranoia. They're gonna throw a Seize. They're gonna throw their Raise to the back of the site with a Showstopper, and the Cypher nowhere to go. They're just gonna die, and end up getting sprayed through by the rest of the team. And from there, it's pretty easy because they had the Viper's Pit already going down. The Viper was able to get a bunch of spike plants, grab those alt orbs, and able to use that plant. In addition to that, they were also able to use a Prowler to make sure that this Omen that was already close to rotating couldn't get a sneaky kill into the pit, just to make sure that they're full back and they're able to maintain that numbers control. And from there, it's just picking off one after the other. The side of Thrive did end up using Thrash this round because you just want to try and turn the tides a little bit. This is one of your only buy rounds. It hasn't been looking too great, but it ends up leaving into a 1v3, which in the end ends up in a 5-0 lead for the side of Solstice, which ends up going to a thrifty round, which, shoot heads, wins it out. But right now, Solstice looks really clean. I loved the util usage from both of these sides, but Solstice knew exactly the game plan was going into the Seaside exec, and I'm really excited for what they got going on for Ascent, which should be more standard, but util usage is going to be so important for Ascent, as always.
Oh, for sure. And I think you highlighted really well, like, the issue is, like, once the ball gets rolling, it's hard to stop it. And really, all those timeouts were, while impressive, they were just speed bumps. But, I mean, that's map 1. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I'm excited to see what they have for Ascent as well.
Yeah, this is going to be quite an interesting match. I am hopeful we get to our third map, but I always am hopeful we get to the third map because that means there's more Valorant to be seen by both of these teams. So it looks like we are ready for our Agent Select, so we're going to move back to our casters.
So the realm of Ascent. Hopefully something changes compared to the previous 4 years and change of the same old stock standard KO, Killjoy, Jet, Omen, and Sova. As you can see, at least on my left side, that's not the case. But I see a deadlock, albeit it's not a picked one just yet, but it's a deadlock. Hopefully some changes. By the way, I'm time to light that right there is Orbital. Solstice is up 1-0 if you didn't catch the desk segment. Welcome back to the unofficial cast for Game Changers here in our third qualifier. Hopefully that deadlock is selected because Corrupt, kind of crazy in map number 1. We could see that happen on a deadlock, and they do!
Yes.
Oh, no mirror. Oh, and there's a Cypher.
I assumed that this was going to happen with Corrupt, with how Corrupt played in game number 1. I mean, if we're going to mention anyone that really kicked it off, and I mentioned it, I really went into it, Corrupt was the reason I felt a lot of that map just went so heavily in their way. Before we get into this one, though, I want to give an honorable shout out. Colby, after that pause, went absolutely nuclear. I have no idea why, but Colby popped off, still led at the top of the leaderboard for the side of Thrive. I want to see Colby do it again. If Colby is allowed to do that again, maybe we get a better start. Maybe we get to see the likes of Thrive GC be able to come back and push us to a game 3, just like the desk was hoping. I hope so as well. Of course, I'm not exactly certain that game 1 or map 1 was an anomaly. I think Solstice just really did play that well. We will get the scores adjusted at the top. Solstice is currently 1-0 in this matchup, and we'll make sure that, Solstice get their due rewards because this is, again, Ascent. If there's anywhere for a team with a lot of experience to really thrive, it is going to be Solstice.
Thrive.
Yes, I had to. Okay, listen, I get like 1 or 2 really cringy jokes. I had like 1 or 2 at the beginning. That's it. I'm sorry.
I usually have about 15, but
I know you do. Normally it's actually 25.
Yeah. We'll see if it's early for Kobe. They were the carry, at least to keep them in a reasonable opportunity. Great flash. Marceline had a staring contest with the sun and lost it to a Sheriff. That's a superb way to start this one off if you're Thrive. And everybody's swinging. It's a team deathmatch in B main, and it's one that Thrive's going to win, at least the round. Hopefully more than that. Corrupt trying to play hide and go seek and exiting stage left. They will do so, and they'll realize, oh my goodness, the spike's down, and I'm in a 1v4.
Not only that, you only got 8 bullets. Good luck. I trust that you can hit some shots. Gonna go ahead and try and swap out weapons as well, but it looks like Thrive are just they're going to have some fun with this. They are absolutely going to sit here and just, chill out, have a little bit of fun on B, but send one at least on the regulatory. And that is going to be the KJ, which I appreciate once again. That is going to be Seal, I believe, and a little bit of control, not on the Cypher, of course, this time around, but on top of that KJ. And, space yourself appropriately. And on the other end, I like it. The Deadlock's just like, okay, so what do I do? What am I going to do here?
I mean, okay, best case scenario right here, plant. I'm going to be honest, you're not winning this round. Unless somebody starts to help you from up above, and or you find the 2 high HP players early. One of them you're about to face check here. That's not going to happen. Your best case scenario there was finding a plant. Doesn't happen. Colby finds a 2-piece with the Sheriff. Great opening, even better closing. Hey, you talk them up right before the map starts, and magically they find a 2-piece. Have you just tried talking good about the entirety of Thrive GC, and maybe we'll see map 3?
I mean, Thrive are a team that we said needed a little bit of start, so I think they can do it. I will be honest here. I think they need a little time to get back into the flow of things. They're a squad that I really do hope steps up even further, because right now Colby is kind of leading the charge, but we know Princess Icy. By the way, huge shout out to them for stepping in and playing with the rest of the squad. I always know subbing is very difficult, especially in such a momentous game like this. Colby is on rip. That is wild. I don't care that you only got 1. That is a wild shot to hit.
You're not supposed to hit that. That's an insane one to pick up, especially if you have an opening pick like that. You almost find a second. I mean, you've got low HP on your opposing Jet, but not much you have to do off the back of it when you have Princess Icy. Make it 1. There's a second with the Outlaw, and no full shields ends up being their Achilles heel. 4v1 again. This one took a few seconds longer.
Sure it did, but I mean... I think that's because Solstice decided to slow it down. They got slowed down right there. And Aimana were like, yeah, I can't really do that. This time, it's Melia that is sitting there going, hey, I'm going to try something. But Princess Icy goes ahead and solidifies the start of what Colby had. And just like that, Thrive have a fantastic opening here in game number 2. Now, here's the difference. Thrive are going to try and do to Solstice what Solstice did to them previously. Throw down with the best of them, layer in a 3rd or possibly 4th round, or at least cut down the econ that Solstice are going to have. For Thrive, I want to see 3-4 kills. I want to see you wreak havoc on Solstice right now.
They've already found 2. They've got a fairly decent opportunity at 3 here with the weapons they bought, or you can immediately die to an Odin through the wall. That's not a superb way to pick that one up. Disastrous beginning to what was otherwise a great-looking 3rd round. You just don't have a way in here. Deadlock becoming more of a factor. Good pick of the Sentinel, and it looks like it's going to be working. And now you have to retake onto a site where you have, we'll say, somewhat limited abilities against a full 5-stack, and one of them has a judge close range. Oh my goodness.
Do it. Do it, Marceline. I swear, just swing and pop at least 1. Ah, we love it. We love it so much. That's going to be a little bit of a shot on the side. Presence is obviously detected here. And you can see Thrive just going, okay, how are we going to do with this one? How are we going to flood them? Of course, we don't have to. Maybe we can wait to push them out. Elaborate, though, swings on 1, is able to find it. Straight out 1 for 1. Of course, out goes the Owl Drone. And Scary Shark is able to bite back so hard from inside that site. It will be Solstice to go ahead and claim their expected round win.
Yeah, this is a round that they're supposed to win. There is no guarantee between rounds 1 or 2 as to who is supposed to win it. Even if a team wins round 1, arguably it's still about a coin flip for round 2, even with a fairly negligible buy on either side. But round 3, it's a bonus for a reason. Thrive do not buy anything extra that they did not already have previously, and it works. They don't have to buy anything extra. Yeah, they don't win, but now we see our first full rifle round. And still, Marceline is limited to the Guardian. Thrive have their rifles of choice. This is where the half really starts to kick off.
This is where the fun starts as well. You can see the hard sprays coming through here. A little bit of satchel to try and get some momentum if we need, or if they need to. And the collection here, they are going to give it over to the Deadlock, have that extra piece of the puzzle. Scary Shark going to try and get some cover down for the rest of the team. And Stupid Seal ready to look at the sky, but straight into that smoke is a little bit difficult spot. Stupid Seal, though, says, nah, that's too easy. Gets a second behind it, and Thrive are throwing out with the best. Stupid Seal creates an opportunity for Solstice to fall a little bit further behind. Miara tries to spray with that Odin, but I don't think it's going to be doing enough work. Plant goes down, Solstice in a 3v4, but good control over the current territory.
Wait, one's in B main though. I don't know if they're aware of Melia's position. This could become a problem if they expect all three to be on the site, and they do.
Oh,
Scary Shark
yeah.
finds two from the catwalk, and Melia, just the unknown variable. Algebra was never my specialty. Apparently, Thrive could use some help on it as well. Elaborate finds the third. Solstice tie things up on a clean take of the B site and even better hold of it.
Just nasty stuff right there. And that hurts a lot. For Thrive, you opened up at the start. You had a pretty good round 1 and 2, and now you're pretty much back in the same position as in map number 1. Now you're stuck in the situation of no weapons. You're running with the Sheriff. Maybe Colby can pop off, who, again, Colby has done a decent work here. But I think Solstice are more than ready for it. And for their own benefit, Solstice are sitting there going, yeah, we don't have to go crazy. We don't have to be silly. We are just going to fight well. And of course, Scary Shark, even when partially blinded, you still find that early start. Astralis is going to be down, no KO to help with a little bit of coverage. And instead, Solstice just go, yeah, we're ready to go for whatever you throw at us next.
So, if Solstice has another opening pick here, and they're looking to just take a fairly under-defended site, albeit 2 players here is nothing to scoff at, but you have limited weaponry. Even with that, they take the option, oh, let's go elsewhere. Let's try and pressure where there's not as much against us. And Thrive just don't seem to have an early response. They are finding a good early rotation, and they're guessing correctly. The problem is, when you have to put all your eggs in one basket this soon into the round, we are just now a minute in, by the way, then you basically have a problem later on that you are going to be ill-prepared to solve.
Princess Icy. Think with the rest of the squad if they can. Recon doesn't really find too much, but Miara finds a great headshot, getting one and getting into the corner. Princess Icy finds another. The Sheriffs are doing work, and maybe that's their kryptonite. Elaborate on the other side says, nah, I ain't gonna elaborate. I just need this kill and to move on. Now losing control of mid, that will force the rotate out, and Solstice are gonna chase into the B site. This might also create the opportunity. Tash gets a little bit of Thrive on the outside. Elaborate gonna swing around the corner. Is spotted though. No, wasn't spotted. I thought you were able to find one more down to a 2v2 situation, but only 10 seconds left. You have to book it. And right now it's gonna be a split 1-1. Solstice one outside and one inside. Thrive have got to look at their angles. This can be dangerous.
I don't know if they're aware of that mid presence though. A fake shrouded step could end up working, from the shadows, and it does. Scary Shark goes down, Stupid Seal finds the kill, and Melia now needs to 1v2 and has just made noise on the site. It could be a red herring. They could be playing for the fake, and it seems to be working. The early spray through the box unsuccessful, and still a dark cover on the site actually could play towards their favor. Both players walking right by it. The first one looking to drop, doesn't get the opportunity. The second will go down at the exact same time. The Odin, no need to reload. 100 rounds in a drum magazine, and a clean and clear walk away from a 1v2 for the Sova from Solstice.
You had 100, you only needed 50. Wild stuff there. And it feels like that, you know, you called it out earlier, you know, that noise on the site coming out, it feels like it was a bait. At the end of the time, it was a great pull over to the left side. You turn, you spot, and you spray, and all of a sudden Thrive are left in a position where you're like, dang, we had the upper advantage, and it's happening again. Remember, map number 1 had the same issue. You were up in a 3v2 at one point, and you lost out just to sometimes the great skill of Solstice members. What a great tag, though. Scary Shark says, nah, Colby, you ain't gonna run this time. You ain't gonna be that little splinter in our foot. We will take you out first and deny you the opportunity of opening up with a first blood frag. Elaborate, takes out Stupid Seal behind, makes a nice little pelt out of the skin. Astralis, though, gets corrupt in the back line, and Thrive is down to a 3v4.
Solstice, again, early presence, but they've had some difficulties holding on to it. That's where Thrive has, well, really thrived. Hate to make the joke again. Sorry, not sorry. But Spike down. Look at this. They're actively taking the B site, but they're kind of missing the point that you take the sites. Spike is down inside of T spawn. Elaborate is going to get it right now, but there are 2 players sitting in tiles, and it seems like Elaborate is going all the way around to A. It seems like an unknown help was available in leaving the spike in spawn. The one problem is you have no mid control, and you are almost certainly being heard right now. You're not going to get to the door in time to close it, and the fragment on top of the site makes entering it that much more of a problem. Thrive, great way to hold down that B site, and even better recognition of understanding, hey, Spike wasn't here, they're rotating, let's go beat him.
Thrive are already impressing me I will say that right now. I know I said I had expectations. I felt like map 1 was just like a little bit of an anomaly. You know, you started off slow. It was difficult to get over the hump. This time around, looks a lot cleaner. It feels like they are matching pace in a much better Anthem than in map number 1. Solstice, for their own benefit, though, you have 3 ultimates that you can play with. You can get a little bit messy with the skirmish, and you can see Marceline dipping into a little bit of that bucket to try and buy out with the rest of the team. There are some moments that I'm going to be watching here specifically if this dart can help out. You can see the full stack Solstice waiting to try and get a little bit of a fast execute, and they do swing hard inside his sight, dropped a little bit of the alarm bot. Door, I think, was shut behind as well, and this is going to be that mess. Melia quickly gathers up that plant, and now it is a 5-on-5 retake attempt.
So, if you're in a 5v5 here and you have the opening pick, now's the time to go. Take full advantage of it. You're using the lockdown. You have one player on the opposite team out of commission, but you died to the Hunted Fury that wasn't even aiming at you. There goes one. It is now down 2-1. Yeah, you have the overdrive available if you can stabilize the core of the current KO, but you'll be lucky if you get that off. Now you do. The resurrection comes through, and the bait and switch as well. This becomes a reasonable round in a 1 versus 2, but it comes down to the timing. That's the real problem point that they don't have an answer for. They run
Oh my god, no!
It becomes a 1v1, but no ammo in the primary weapon, and now no time on the spike. Just 3 bullets the difference. You may even find the kill. You do.
Jeez.
It's an ace for Princess Icy, but no round for Thrive GC. That's just tragic.
It's a bittersweet moment, I think. It is that bittersweet moment of, dang, if I had more time, I could play it out. And quite honestly, Solstice probably not very happy with that round. One, Princess Icy was straight up able to get the help up. Australis was allowed to get back up and get a kill before going back down. That feels like a moment that shouldn't happen in a lot of instances. So for Solstice's factor, you're sitting there going, dang, that round, we shouldn't have won that way. We should have won a little bit more cleanly. It was a 5v5. I know it's a little bit messy, but you had the position. This coming up now, you have to fight hard. For Thrive, you have been granted a blessing. If you win this round, maybe you cut down the econ a little bit more, because you know Solstice had a full buy. That's going to be the big opportunity. Of course, the knives are out for Marceline. You go ahead and see if you can swing hard. Owl Drone is going to spot out 1 or 2 here in the mid. And this is going to be that split push that we are wondering about. You take a look, B side is currently being hit by that Cypher, so you can get some information, but Market is really where they're going to watch for. A quick little grab, nothing is found with that ult, but for Thrive, you're just waiting. Miara waits, sees the opportunity, swings on one, hard spray with the other, 20 bullets left. You get a few more. Thrive clean house and leave it to a 3v2.
Yeah, but you also have this position on site. With the Shrouded Step, it's a bait for the Omen, who's gone all the way back to the boathouse, but is still actively being detected. Another swing, and the E-sub will fall. Princess Icy goes down. No second opportunity. However, a 2v2 still makes this reasonable until Elaborate finds their third. Low HP for both members on the site, and this becomes, sure, a reasonable round for Astralis, but sometimes you just need the numbers. A 2v1 with low HP, much better than a 1v2 on full. You say that until Elaborate goes down at the same time.
Gosh.
Not aware that the second player is inside of the boathouse, and the bait ends up working. Corrupt finds the kill, just patiently waiting. It's not a bait if your teammate intended for you to do that.
Second, third time now that Thrive have been so close to getting around for themselves, and it's gotten a lot messier, which I appreciate. This is, I think, a good sign. Thrive throwing some mixes in there. You can see the shares coming out here, which historically in this series so far has been one of the more, I want to say, convoluted rounds. Solstice seem to get caught with their pants down every so often, and Thrive just happen to find kills, really. Maybe it happens again, and maybe they can keep this close. However, for Thrive, this is looking like a much better half here in map number 2, and if they can continue this onwards, maybe their own is going to be great. Why is Colby allowed to do this right now?
Nah, you find a kill and just back up. That's okay. Nobody there to refrag, a smoke on the backside of B main to make sure you couldn't enter without giving your presence away. And you got some information towards mid as well. With that rotation, it seems like things are headed towards A, and Thrive GC are rotating as if that is the case. Spike is going to be a very late rotation if it gets there at all. And already Thrive is well positioned, but again, this is with lesser weaponry. You've seen them pop up with this before, but don't hold your breath this time around. Solstice are well aware of some of the mistakes they've made prior.
I'm going to be holding my breath. I'm gonna be holding my breath because Colby is gonna match with those smokes. Just go ahead and try and fight it out, but Marceline had the bigger clip and the bigger gun, so of course they're gonna win it out here. Astralis has to back away here. Thrive GC gonna go ahead and wait their time out. And they're going to try this retake with 4 members alive. It is doable. It's not impossible. Shockbolt going to land a little bit on the edge. Stupid Seal closing off that guard inside and saying, okay, listen, this connector edge is not going to be yours to play. A 3-point strike to enter, if you so wish. A little bit of a catch underneath, but Marceline is ready to hold it off. Astralis falls on the rafter side. And if you peek one more time, you're going to find it. But a great little paranoia denies that vision. And that's a hard swing. Marceline, though, able to find 3. And the backup is there. Elaborate takes out Stupid Seal. And Thrive are left with 1. Princess Icy, the acer of the last time, is going to give a 4K over to Marceline. And Solstice reach the halfway point.
Solstice at 6 here, and Thrive GC again involved very much in the late round, but just could not get over that final hurdle. Yeah, in eco rounds you think, oh, the lesser weaponry is really going to be a killer here. But the other part is if you don't have money to buy weaponry, you don't have money to buy abilities either, and that's the main thing that gets you into the site, other than obviously good mechanical skill. They couldn't get in, they couldn't find the shots they were looking for, even a very good paranoia from all the way across from Princess Icy. It was good, but unfortunately, the flash hit Miyara on the top of heaven, so it's fairly inconsequential. And here, Thrive GC still find an opening pick, but cannot do all that much with it. Colby finds another opening. Hunter's Fury going hunting, and it finds another. Almost a tag onto a second, and blink your eyes and you miss it. It's a 4. Make it 3v2? They've given away a little bit, but not too much.
That was ridiculously well done. Thrive lay down the law. I feel like they had a little bit of a renew Solstice. We're going to try and push a little bit, get a little bit cheeky. It's been a while since they have, and crush it. Now Corrupt has to make a crazy play, and it's doable. We've seen Corrupt do better in some situations, but a 1v3 this time on the deadlock, you don't have that mobility that sometimes you're more than eager to have. Of course, you get the plan down. Thrive are going to have to rotate, and let's see if Thrive can do it as well as Solstice did in some of the previous rounds.
1v3, but with the spike down. That's the big point of this. You're playing through the window as well, but without breaking it. How's that sound cue? 0 point lands. Never mind. You don't need a sound cue. You kind of limited the possibilities on that one. Sure, there's a cage on the top that everybody's going to have to either knife or deal with otherwise. But good retake. Thrive take full advantage of the fact they still had some abilities left over. Solstice, yeah, they find 6, but that could be the final hurdle of this first half that they make it over. For some Olympics terms, track and field may not be their strong suit after the midway point.
It's going to turn into that marathon sprint. It's going to be a cross country at that point.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, I'm pretty sure. I think cross country and track and field are 2 separate things. Is that right?
Track and field is part of, or cross country is part of track and field, kind of.
Oh, it is.
They're
okay.
played during the same season, but.
Oh, okay.
It depends on where you are. In my school district, it was cross country in the fall, track and fields in the spring. But it just depends on where you are.
Yeah. I mean, the most I ever ran was like a quarter mile, and that was to my fridge. So, you know, we'll take it for what it is. That's actually really far. I lied. No, I didn't do that. I was more like 200 feet at top. Stupid Seal, of course, is just waiting for an opportunity to hide inside his cubby and give themselves the best angle, and they do get 1. But other than that, they don't find much. Marceline is able to even up the score. Yara's inside, though, just waiting an opportunity. Wants to be given. Princess Icy, though, finds one inside the smoke. Marceline is down. Scary Shark fights back. It still evens behind. Shark gets 1 more. Able to take 2 total. But in this 2v2, we know Thrive can pull this off. But Melia finds the corner and is able to get the spray. 85 still left. And this puts Princess Icy in a very cold situation. It's going to heat up, though, pretty dang quickly if you can find this push. But you push out a little bit too far, and the door shuts in your face. It is going to be a 7-4 score as Solstice is in the lead heading into the final round of the half.
Elaborate and Melia play that to near perfection. You've got one on one side, the other, obviously, on the opposite side, and both of them are just ready to swing. One of them is actively holding the angle, the other one passive. If the active person gets swung, the passive person swings. If the passive person gets swung, well, actively, the active person could just shut them down. They're not even looking at you. Free kill, arguably a free 2v1 as well when you're in those positions early. The only way out of that is if you use the shrouded step to get out of that position, but even if you use it, you can get shot while it's being activated. There is no easy way in or out of that setup, and it was played very well in that 2v1. Solstice, you're not giving away free opportunities. Thrive made it difficult for them. Again, they just couldn't find the kill.
Hopefully they find a few here. I mean, it's the last round. You just got to kind of send it here. Solstice are just hard rushing their way in. Quick execute in the back. TP to the back, though, as Stupid Seal is able to get some backup, but not in time, though. Scary Shark once again opens up, biting at their heels. Of course, Princess Icy is like, bro, can someone help? Anyone? Looks like we're good. Yeah,
Well, they got out.
You're good. But it's going to be a problem. As Corrupt says, yo, I don't need my ultimate to get it. Hunter's Fury is going to be locked down here. That feels so bad. Melia, that hurts. You are denied your opportunity. And all of a sudden, Thriver like, bruh, we just had a chance, and now we're going to try and break it out. Astralis is going to find one. Scary Shark is down, but Corrupt on the side is able to trade one out. Colby waiting for a chance with a headshot. Beautifully done in a 2v2. Knives are out, though. Can Colby land those? Elaborate says it's down to a 1v2. You got to swing well. 11 HP. Can you make it happen? I don't think it's going to work. Solstice end this half 8-4, and are going to be pretty happy moving into the defensive.
Despite a round loss there for Thrive GC, that is a superb way of playing around your abilities. You hear the Hunter's Fury popped, and immediately you counter with the Null Command. Even with a tag going for the Hunter's Fury, the Null Command shuts down the possibility of that being followed up on. Also, a great first shot with the Hunter's Fury. That finds 3 tags, just nothing lethal. Either way, Solstice are able to follow up on the information. It basically serves as a little bit more of a deadly recon bolt than a Hunter's Fury. But it finds 3, you take advantage of that information on all 3, and you follow it up into a round victory. Now, looking at this second half, Thrive GC have won the attacking pistol back on Lotus, and they won their defensive pistol here on Ascent. As of right now, they've got a 66% win rate on the pistol in this series. The problem is, that's the only positive win rate they've just about got. If they can turn a third pistol here out of 4, then you're looking at a much different start to a second half, but it has to be a pistol that is won with confidence, or Solstice may just carry on.
I mean, if they can turn the tides here, put it at 75, that'll be a perfect percentage to work with. Solstice, for their own, are saying, now we're shutting it down here. I mean, we have 50%. We doubled your round score. We're going to go ahead and bring down that pistol score down to about 50%. We'll see what we can do. Right now, they are not pushing, though, allowing Thrive to kind of spread out. And really, I am watching for Colby to once again get a little bit messy with it if they're able to. Looks like a soft push here into B side. And it's going to be Melia. Just seeing what they can get. That's great tag on the foot. Good little swing out, and that's going to leave Stupid Seal with an opportunity. Gets 2. The Ghost is going to haunt 2 more. Colby swings in from Market and denies a third Solstice, left in the dust here. And Thrive breathing a massive sigh of relief. If they are able to clean house, let nothing go through, that's going to be a great start to this half. Colby with another Solstice left with Scary Shark only. And as much as I believe in the Shark, sometimes it's a little bit too much to handle. However, a very quick dashing Colby gets nipped. Are you going to get another one? I like the jiggle. What was Princess Icy? Are you? What was that?
Just donating a kill. That's all it was. More of a charity that Thrive GC are running when they're up players. But, hey, Solstice, they made it difficult for Thrive GC. In yet another instance, it was Solstice with information. They even played for the bait and switch, but this time Thrive GC read it like a book. And they end up escaping with the later half of the round as well. They combine the early round aggro. They allow themselves to get in quickly. Scary Shark intentionally dies to spike. Again, you get 1,000 credits for doing so. But Thrive GC, now up with 5, they give themselves a very good opportunity to start to progress in the second half, especially considering Solstice only found a couple kills in that round.
This feels much more like an even game. Of course, if the series just becomes a runaway for Solstice, it's something else. However, this already feels better than map number 1. So, I agree with what you say. Thrive, if they can continue onwards, they have a very nice buffer zone to work with. Not only that, you open up so far historically, I think, in this series. Your openings when you have a lead are fairly good. You can see a little bit of that outlaw action once again, but Stupid Seal stepping up, saying with his Bulldog and find something, but Marceline pays Princess Icy and Spades, melts through the head, and Thrive had to work in a 45 situation. Not exactly what they were hoping for in the early start.
They're disengaging early, but they still don't allow Solstice to have as much pressure as they'd like elsewhere. This is a good recovery from them. If they can find another return pick, then you basically nullify that advantage that Solstice pick up. But at the same time, Solstice are now just concentrating nearly everything on the B site. Yeah, it's a good thing from the start, but when you over-dedicate there, you could run into a lot more problem. Fragment to the backside of site forces Marceline out into the open, and they thrive under pressure.
Jeez.
They'll find a second kill for Solstice in the round and still occupy the back of the site without all that much for their opponents to do about it. Miara finds one up top.
Ooh,
There's
wow.
a second. This becomes an attainable round for Thrive, but much more difficult than it should have been.
Spike
I
planted.
mean, I'm actually surprised that Solstice weren't able to swing a little bit faster, maybe help out and, you know, capitalize on a little bit of the messy push that came in, but Thrive are more than happy about it. So door is going to slowly be shut, but Scary Shark says, nah, we'll still find that kill. Up in the rafters, Elaborate is about ready to go with that classic in hand. You go ahead and get a right click, not going to land at all. Now the doorway is going to be taken over. Miara, though, says, Scary Shark, you don't get much more, and you're going to grab another, and there's a snap turnaround. Stupid Seal says, yo, I ain't stupid no more. Go ahead and grab up that round. It is going to be the expected. A little bit harsher, but you still keep 2 alive.
So now here, this is not really a bonus round. This is more of a half-ish, we're kind of out in the woods round. I don't even know how to explain this one. This is more of an eco than it is a bonus round. And I think more importantly, if you're looking at this from the perspective of Thrive GC, you're playing this as if it's an eco. Solstice will have the weapon advantage. You are not over-investing into this. You can see nearly 2,000, if not 3,000 credits per person. They're understanding we don't need to actively win this round, but we also need to make sure we don't give away too much in it. Play it aggressively, play it quick, play to your strengths of not having the best weaponry, or Colby gets shot through a smoke. That's just
Marceline watched that and was like, dope, my teammate's on point, let's go. Just watch the body fall in front. One of the funnier moments of this game. I love it. Corrupt on the other side saying, yep, we're good. We got this one held down. And you can see already, Thrive going to send 2 total over towards that mid, see if they can find anything else out. Because you don't really have the entry points right now. You don't have any smokes. You're not going to have the opportunity to kind of fade through easily. It's just going to be that harsh, like, straightforward. So instead, you go ahead, back away, try and find a different angle, which I do appreciate. You're sending 1 through Catwalk, though, and that's going to be a little bit dicey. Princess Icy says, oh, see another one, smoke goes down, and out you go. Not wanting to test that one any longer. Thrive, I think, are going to look at that B site. However, that one has been untouched, so all the util is still available.
util. And combine that with the fact that Solstice are still comfortable where they're currently sitting. I say that as Elaborate dies, it becomes what is virtually a 4v1 on the B site if they take it, but instead they look to go back towards A, and that becomes their Achilles heel. They don't give away too much in that same process. Yeah, sure, you lose your Killjoy in mid, but you take the A site. A 3v4 post plant is not unreasonable to retrieve from this point onwards, but is Marceline baited in? Good recon. Where's the swing from the front side of heaven? There seemingly is not one, and Marceline takes full advantage of it. There's one, make it a second. They actually get the flick onto Miara. Astralis will go down as well, and 2 players live through a Solstice win.
Well, that's a dub that you'll like to have, and of course, you're looking to expand upon that. Of course, Melia is more than happy because Sova is going to do what Sova loves to do. You are going to sprint your heavy butt with the Odin over to the B side, plants up, and just get ready to decorate the wall with holes.
Yeah. This is probably where we figure out if Thrive is going to come back and win this map or not. This could be the most important round to date. Yes, Solstice are in a similar position to Thrive in the previous round. Kind of a bonus round, but you're not over-investing into 1 or 2 players. Thrive, on the other hand, are fully investing. That's a good usage of the Shrouded Step. It allows you to get forward, find information without really risking all that much. And then Marceline finds one in mid. But a quick removal basically even things up, and, you know, not a whole lot happens from that. But it does mean you find a kill with a Bladestorm without having to invest off the back of it.
And it feels great. No matter what, you're like, hey, I got a deke. I got more than I wanted as an initiator. Keep trying to find those early picks, trying to even up the score. Of course, for Princess Icy says, yo, I'm the better Omen at the current moment, so I'm going to get this advantage and be really happy about it. A little bit of tag in the back as Stupid Seal stuck on top of the box, just like, how the heck do I get out of this one? Solstice, for their own benefit, though, in a 3v4, they themselves are wondering how they're going to make it out here. Odin roaming around, though, as Melia finds 3 to the body of Stupid Seal. It's a very, very nice pickup. Corrupt now gonna hold down here, gets blinded out, gets around the corner, and is safe for the time being. However, this is gonna be Princess Icy waiting, but you don't shoot fast enough, and Corrupt is able to find another. Now, here's the question. Great ultimate, and now Corrupt is gonna get a free behind as Melia helps out, and you're just gonna watch him get drawn away. Corrupt happily finishes off the round, and that'll be double digits for Solstice. What a snap. I mentioned this before. Corrupt is nasty with it sometimes.
They continue to show their prowess in this series, and they force mistakes out of Thrive. They are very small mistakes from nearly the get-go of every round, and most of the time there aren't any mistakes. But Solstice takes full advantage of even the smallest problem created, and Thrive GC now down 10-6. This is a save round. You see a Marshal, you saw a Marshal. Now you've got 3 Sheriffs and 2 sets of half shields. Make it 5 Sheriffs and 2 sets of half shields. They continue to buy and sell through that buy phase. But from this point onwards, it needs to be near perfection from Thrive. If they don't win here, or they don't do heavy damage, which from that outset doesn't look great for them, this is probably the round you call your timeout.
I would agree with that one. Marceline is posted up, ready to go, ready to get another one, but Elaborate says, nah, this is all my show too so far here on the B site. And trying to even up that kill score as well. Solstice, by the way, even though they're up in rounds, are actually a little bit lower in terms of the kill count before this round. So really just trying to clean out Thrive as much as possible. Claim their just rewards. Miara is able to find one at least on the back end. But Solstice carry over a myriad of amazing weapons. And you called for the timeout. Thrive doesn't look like they're going to try and go for it. Instead, they are saying we're just going to bite the bullet, say, hey, we don't really have a choice. We're going to try and move forward with our game plan and see what else we can get.
I'm surprised that they're not calling timeout, but I do want to point out, unless they have not found a single thing that they need to mainly focus on, unless the IGL is just not in that position right now, sometimes you don't want to interrupt your own circadian rhythm. You don't want to throw off the rhythm that you've built in the second half. They haven't been too far on the outset of things, but again, losing an opening pick, Stupid Seal down early, and the operator becoming more and more of a pivotal part.
Corrupt. Just chilling right now, though. You can see Scary Shark jumping up, trying to get some information. Good little peek finds one, so Scary Shark calling in support. Gets zapped out, though, so down to 31, and that's going to be Corrupt to actually fall pretty quickly. Revive being denied here as Marceline sends them all to the grave, and out in the open as well. This is going to be a difficult one. I think he got it. Nope. Nope, not close enough, of course. Princess Icy is like, yo, I can't do this. I'm so sorry. You're going to get timed out, and this is going to be the problem. A little bit of a dip back and forth. There's the finish. Marceline with 3 right now. Get some time to go ahead and reload, but you know where the last 2 are, and now you get to close in on them. You can see the rotate even. Marceline and Melia are like, do we go ahead and chase around? I mean, do we need to be worried about that?
Hold up. From the Shadows is available for the Omen. If you send the Jet off and start them running early, but you still have the Omen fight and pretend you're still looking at A, you could have a post plant on B with a lot of time to set up. That's the question of whether they do it. Here you go. This is exactly what you do. You use From the Shadows. You at least found another kill. If you're Kobe, you get a spike plant. You won't have as much time to set up a post plant, but you will at least get it down. Are you aware that Marceline's already here, though? No. Round's over. That's unfortunate.
You did what you could, though. I think at the end of the day, you called it. You saw the From the Shadows. You saw the ultimate. You saw the only opportunity that you had. It was a narrow chance, and you knew that. But you made the right call. And we mentioned before for Thrive, a squad that is fairly untested. I think this is showing improvement from map to map. You are making those calls. You are attempting those fights. But on the day, Solstice just look a little bit better. You have one more chance to prove us wrong and push us to a game number 3. Thrive, let's see if you can do it. Solstice, for their own, want to go ahead and move on in the bracket stage and close things out nicely 2-0.
15-6 is more than reasonable here. For a second, they were running double operator and said, oh, nope, that's what you're going to stick with. Melia and Marceline with double op, and A seems to be the point in which Thrive want to focus. Lockdown Throne, But right now, Marceline's outside the radius and is comfortable to just stay here. You have two options. Number one, swing now and play for them to already know your position. Number two, wait for it to even go off and patiently wait for your team to start to walk in. They seemingly go for the second.
Oh.
Melia already with one, but Melia goes down, and Marceline wants to go back for more with a blade stone in hand. It'll end up being their Achilles heel. A 3 for 3, 3 versus 3 it stands. But over exaggeration of the advantage they had, it comes down to a 3v1, and information even gained off the neural theft to Sova kind of on an island.
Corrupted files cannot read victory. Solstice shut that one down so quickly. Thrive, they saw it, but blue screened at the end. Not for their own volition, though. They were forced into it, and now Miara got trapped. You are stuck. Hard spray through the wall, and Corrupt says that wall is paper thin. GG. Solstice 2-0 for the series.
My camera moved. No, that's too far. There we go. Hi. Sorry about that. That's an insane way to close it. And just to add insult to injury, it seems like the close was a lot more confident than the open of the second map. Good pistol rounds from Thrive. They seemingly had something to step on, but those steps just continually started to fade away and lose at least as much of their gumption as they could towards the later stages. Corrupt, again, became much more of a problem factor than they had a solution for. And more importantly, they just could not get through the choke points, even with the overabundance of abilities they had. You throw in a full lockdown, and yet in that time, only one person walks through a main. You don't get the door closed. You don't get heaven control, even though you actually find the kill into the jet. And then Corrupt just like, oh yeah, hey, here's an open door. Let me find, I don't know, 3 kills. And then you find a fourth because tripwires exist. I feel like that just about caps off this series.
I would also like to point out this is a great swing for Solstice, showing that they can play both hard and fast and very mechanical and very just clinical in a way. I want to highlight the stark difference of abilities that we saw. In game 1, we saw a majority share of the rounds go straight to simple skill. We saw them bowling over. We saw them almost sprinting through a lot of these fights. And yes, we saw some of the mechanical rotates, but game 2 was a wild difference. Slow pace at points, reading a lot of what Thrive wanted to do. It was closer. And it felt closer for Thrive, but I think Solstice are a team really to watch out for here.
Well, speaking of Solstice, we talked about this in the pre-show, or at least right before our first map started. They've had some pretty good success against most teams in Game Changers. That one team they've had some difficulties with, the last 3 times they've faced, they've lost 2 of them. That's FlyQuest Red. Another team, nearly of that similar stature, if not higher than that, Shopify Rebellion. That's the team they take on next. We're going to step away. That's it for Orbital and myself. Our first best of 3 of the day has come to a close, but we're going to throw it to Camilla and the analyst desk to break down our first series.
Welcome back, folks, from that absolutely awesome match. I'm still thinking about that one time Sova absolutely clutched towards the beginning. that was my key takeaway from there, but I am just here as a host and you both are our analysts, and I think both of you are going to do a much better job at breaking down that entire match. So who would like to start?
First, I thought you were gonna say I'm still Camilla, and I was gonna be like, I hope you are. But first off, I want to praise Thrive. Particularly, it's always difficult playing with a substitute player, and Princess Icy coming in hot. I mean, I think they aced that match. Also, I think we mentioned this a little bit in the pre-show, that this is kind of the remnants of the Kinetic Squad kind of meshing with another roster. So we talked about kind of chemistry, and sometimes it's explosive and it's really immediate, like we've seen with some of the super rosters being formed, maybe like for FlyQuest, for example. Versus it does take time sometimes with other individuals, which is what we're seeing here. So yes, it had a core, but still adding 1 or 2 players can change that energy level. So again, moral of the story, maybe stick together if you can, but we understand the scene's a bit tumultuous. But I will say, Janice, I do feel like they were a little bit more consistent this time. Like they got the ball rolling a little bit. It really just came to small mistakes kind of adding up in terms of the economy, so they couldn't maybe get those 3rd round bonuses, or so close on some of the thrifty attempts as well.
They felt a lot more confident. They felt like they had a much like better understanding of the gameplay they had ahead of them. Which again, Ascent being such a very common map, love like what they were doing on that round one defensive, like going really aggressive in B main, and even on their pistol once they moved over to the attacking side, had an excellent game plan going in for that B split. But as you were saying, like it just feels like these small little moments, and that just happens. And those little moments get better as a roster like grows, as they get better together. But again, like the game changer scene is, as you were saying, tumultuous is a great way to put it right now.
Mhm.
But it's a roster I would definitely love to see stick together because they've had some really high highs. Like they are putting up numbers, like they are fighting for rounds. And even on the Lotus match, as much as it seemed like a complete sweep, it still felt really competitive all the way through. But here on Ascent, you can definitely start to see like the really positives of this roster go their way.
I just want to point out, hi Mochimi Val. Hello. Hi Raiders. Thank y'all for
Hi,
hanging out.
Mochi Babe. They are also a GC player. I hope their game went
Ooh.
okay. I got jump scared. I don't know if you guys can hear it through my headphones, but I still have alerts on, and they're Christmas themed, so he probably saw my eyes widen or something. Jump scare is real, but thank you guys for the love and support. But do we want to take a look? You did mention that, like, you mentioned the score from map 1, so we could take a look back at the series overall, right? And like, I think this comes back to, like, also I would have loved to see Haven number 1. Number 2, like, we're playing maps that are like very comfortable for any kind of squad. So obviously a team that's been scrimming regularly, or I guess even preparing regularly, like this team has been together like since last main event, since all of, I guess, series 2, even for part of series 1 before the org changes happened. So like you're just taking them to maps they already know the back of their hand.
Yeah, Solstice just felt so comfortable all the way through. And as you were saying, like, these are maps that are, I don't want to say figured out because the meta's still
Yeah.
ever developing. I mean, like the Ascent, we got one of my favorite things, the new edition of the double Sentinel comp. So, but the meta feels pretty like figured out for Lotus. Like you fight for the same things, you play a little slow, you take contact. Ascent, you hit set execs, you play with your double controller, double initiator, your double Sentinel. Either way, Solstice looks really great. I think the other takeaway, it's like one, Thrive played really well, but Solstice and to me just feel like a great roster, and I really hope we get to see more of them because they've shown time and time again that they are not a team to be underestimated. Oh my goodness, English. Hello.
English is difficult.
It really is.
All right.
So that was our overview. And I believe we are still figuring out which will be the teams that are in the next streamed match. So that's going to be just a smidgen of time. Not too much. But before we go to a break, hey, you there, viewer, do you really enjoy this broadcast? Do you want to help support all of the incredible talent that make sure that this broadcast happened? You could do so by donating some money to the GoFundMe to help continue to bring this cast to life. And if you're an organization looking to get involved, hey, the person to my left is the person you should be talking to. And if you can't financially support, did you know being in chat is super helpful? So thank you. And
Very.
also spreading the word via whatever your chosen social media platform is. Super helpful. But thank you for being
Zobi's
here.
the coolest. Zobi's the coolest, y'all.
I'm trying my best out here, guys.
And I think you're succeeding, my friend.
Always
There-
wish there was more time in the day, but we're doing what we can with the time to help bring eyes to the scene.
Yes, and Zobi, you have done so much work along with all the rest of the crew for not just our third of this year game, like the whole thing Game Changers, but the last two as well, and all of the work prior. So one, thank you, and two, I think it's time to go to a little bit of a break. So we'll be back with whatever match is going to be streamed.
Shine.
Hello, welcome back to the unofficial Valorant Game Changers cast. I'm the host, Camilla Panda. That is Dumpster Fire, who's a little grouchy right now because they just want to see more Valorant, but we've got stuff to talk about. And with me, we have Zobi and we have Janice as well. So we watched two amazing matches, and we have two, maybe three coming up. But we should probably talk about the bracket overall because, you know, we've got top 24. We got to narrow it down, figure out who's moving on. And yeah, take it away.
Quarterfinals, here we go, and it's a brutal bracket. I know Zoe and I, we were all talking about this in the break, but it's such a brutal bracket. Like we already have to see Teddy Tactics go, Sad going, Thrive, Minion United. Like so many of these teams are like, yeah, they can put up a fight, and they're just gone already, like so early on into this tournament, which is the dangers of having a single elimination. But man, it sucks.
Yeah, no, for me personally, I think the hardest one is I think Thrive GC and Teddy Tactics, because Teddy Tactics was a main event team last, you know, series 2. They were even though they were the number 8 seed, still there. And them going out in round of 16, it's just unfortunate because they were matched up against another main event team. And for Thrive GC, while it wasn't necessarily a main event team or roster, it's still players that have been in main event, the boys, Kinetic, squads that we know, and they have been eliminated early on as well. Everybody else has been these teams that are kind of on the borderline of qualifying for the main event as well. So maybe this is a good opportunity for VRGC, who hasn't qualified, give Wingman 2 Nuclear Devices, who hasn't qualified, a chance to make that run. I've left Oomphies out because Oomphies is a squad that we pretty much know and love, or at least a core. It was, YFPX or SNG, or you might have known them as floppers from main event. So they're still here and still pugging it out.
I'm glad we get a couple of these teams, we got some really great matchups. Like we got FlyQuest Red and Mesos Millionaire, which I believe is already started, along with Shopify Rebellion and Solstice. Like those are like powerhouse matches all the way through. And then of course you have VRGC and Oompies down there, some of the newer teams, which it should go either way. I'm really curious to see what that match result is, but of course we get such a banger match in Reformed and give Wingman 2 Nuclear Devices. That's a fun matchup. I know we were talking about the name, but the roster in of itself has been around for a bit. Reformed has had a little bit of a workup, a little bit of a shakeup. Zobi, I know you were talking about that. Yeah, I mean, what's the the upgrade for that? I'm really excited to see.
Yeah, I mean, we can go ahead and look at these rosters if we want to. And like you mentioned, I feel like the Reformed GC squad, familiar names, it is still the Reformed GC core, because this is a team I could see being an underdog to run all the way to GC champs and, steal maybe a spot out from FlyQuest Red. But the big issue I saw here, I guess the big change, was that they had an IGL change, right? It went from, it was KP IGL. They retired and their protege Slandy took over. But then Slandy just moved over to Mesos Millionaire. So they brought in Sabubu, another, main event IGL that was on, I believe it was Solstice. So again, it's kind of a question of how these players are going to slot into place and if they are just only going to strengthen the squad versus give Wingman 2 Nuclear Devices. I love this squad for 2 reasons. 1, the name. 2, they're a squad that's been through a lot this season. I was actually a part of an organization in Tier 3 called Van Lin, and they were signed actually by that squad. So it was give Wingman a nuclear device, coined by Chloe from FlyQuest. And then when they got picked up, it kind of was replaced by the organization name, and now they're back, right? And 2.0, are they better? We're gonna find out. I mean, I think this is the furthest they've made it, so that's huge for them. I'm excited to see what they're gonna be able to do.
The part 2 Electric Boogaloo, maybe that's the exact buff they need, and able to maybe pull up a little bit of perhaps would you consider this an upset? I have no idea right now.
I think
Reformed
so.
Looks great.
I think it would be an upset in my mind if
Yeah,
if the nukes took out Reformed.
Blows up our entire bracket, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness. Well, as much I could harp on the glorious name that is give Wingman 2 Nuclear Devices, which I think would be a astounding thing for the game of Valorant. I think it absolutely should happen at some point. I believe we have our map picks and bans to discuss.
We do.
Ooh.
They're spinning into action. And I mean, you're probably happy, Janice. You said you like your 3-siders, and we get both of them like this time promised instead of Haven being that decider. I'm excited for this too. You know, I want to see some clove action if we make it all the way to Sunset. I hope we get maybe that chaotic duelist pairing that I was hoping for on Haven, but who knows?
I mean, who knows at this point? But as you're saying, I love my 3 map sites. I love Haven. I was so excited once that map was moved back into that. And for me, it's so funny. Give Wingman 2 nuclear devices. It's so funny saying that. They've played that twice so far for this tournament. Like, they've played really well. They're playing a really standard. I think Haven's one of those maps, like we talked about it earlier in our first match, but like maps that have been kind of figured out. And Haven, while there's a lot of adaptation, because you know you get the neon now, you get your ISO now, that's been like weaving in and out. There's still like such a solid meta between your Sova breach. Basically, you want to be playing that all the time, which Give Women 2 nuclear devices definitely have that in spades. Meanwhile, Reformed, if I'm looking at this correctly, have not played Haven yet so far in a hot minute. So I'm really excited to see like what they're going to come up with, because these teams that haven't played Haven either means they really don't want to play it or they have something like in the back pocket. So there's a chance we might be getting like a neon potentially or something random all of a sudden. I'm not sure. I'm really excited to see Agent Select when we get to it.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing and hearing the name Give Wingman 2 nuclear devices as often as possible right now, because it's such a great name. Although I am excited as well to see Reform GC and how they perform on these maps. And speaking of our character selection, it looks like we are ready for that. So we're going to toss it to our 2 other casters for this evening, which is Brownthal and Lubu.
Thanks so much, Camilla, and welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. So here we go, Lubu. This is going to be a pretty fun match. The 3-site map is coming up first.
Yeah, and you know what, Brown? Like, so we know that. I want to just clarify too, at least from my end. I don't know how you feel about Haven and Lotus, but personally, we just heard Janice talk about the fact that they love, you know, Lotus and Haven and 3-site maps in general. I personally hate them. I actually really hate them. But that's also coming from a guy with a Counter-Strike background, right? So I'm used to the traditional 2-site map. But in general, when you look at the 3 maps, right? You got Haven, you got Lotus, you got Sunset. 2 of the 3 maps, I think you could argue, are really fast action paced. Like, you know, right from the get-go, you get like 10 seconds maybe of like downtime. Obviously, teams are going to plan out, you know, how they're going to go for their strats and everything like that. There's going to be some slow gameplay. Absolutely. But it's going to be quick. It's going to be quick, fast-paced action. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I'm really excited, especially on Haven, when you have the 3 sites, you have so many options to go to. But being able to take your time, change your pace between rounds, and then you have to worry on defense, like which site are you going to go to. That's going to be very difficult for anyone that plays on those maps. I see why you hate them, but I particularly like them, especially Lotus for me. It's my Killjoy map. I don't know if you can tell from that Killjoy jacket that you saw on our caster screen. That's one of my favorite jackets to wear. It really, I feel like I do the best on those type of maps. So I see we have different opinions there, Lubu.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what? Like, as the pistol round's going to get underway, the thing that we got to note here is that, you know, we have KJ versus Cypher in terms of the Sentinel pick here, so it's going to be really interesting how this game's going to set up. But round 1 underway, and you see Misu here breaking the Silver Dart immediately for that Recon Dart, as no real information has been given just yet for Reformed.
Yep, there you can see right away the change of pace. Usually in your normal rank games, you're just running it down A, but they're really scouting out the defensive strats here. You already shot down the Silver Dart, and now you walk yourself up to B. You think this could be something that's expected?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, you see it right here. Battison's just trying to take some space here, but Millie playing the off angle for the moment. I gotta imagine that this is going to be very quickly given information over to Reformed here. The moment that Battison comes out, you gotta imagine that they quickly push out. And look at that. So you see Battison taking space up top with the updraft, but hasn't died just yet. Sabuba, though, finally gets the kill, but Battison, before dying, actually gets rid of Millie, too, off in that off angle here. So a 1-for-1 trade, and you see now Nano taking space into that Garage Heaven window, and you see actually Sabuba going down as Riv playing inside the Omen smoke right here, going to go for the pick, gets rid of the Lucian, but Odaseka immediately getting the trade back. But ooh, look at casual positioning right here. Aftershock coming out, trying to get more. Finds one, finds two, and Misu gets the third kill on the Nano as well. So a very, very quick hold here for Reformed, able to get picks back to back, Brown, and very quickly, you know, Reformed, they get the round 1 pick.
And what you mentioned, the aftershock, that was so useful in forcing the attackers to separate from each other and really throwing in the nuke at them quickly, if you would say. That was absolutely very good patience on a Reform side. So now I wonder if they're going to keep that patience. So you already saw the how it was playing the first round when you had the dart over on the A side. Is that going to be repeated over and over again, or you're going to see even slower gameplay as we go?
I think you'd have to imagine that, but actually, as you see that right now, Madison's immediately taking space here to just try to get some sort of information using the Bucky, which is an interesting pick, and actually looks like they're going to keep pushing up into the Omen smoke here, but Kazler playing the off angle here for this A site on the defense here, but just playing in the corner now as they've gotten some reinforcements as well from Melee, but for the moment, nothing crazy going on as it looks like give Wingman 2 nuclear devices, or nuke. They're gonna back up here and just wait to maybe just get someone from Reform to push out aggressively and, you know, maybe do an overcommit on the peak for this information gathering. But in the meanwhile, though, Nano taking space onto this B site here, but Sabubu gonna peek the corner, doesn't pull clear. I don't think Sabubu actually saw Sabubu. Oh no, at the last moment, Sabubu turns around and actually gets one, gets two. That's Odaseka also going down now as Millie gets the trade on the Badison on that A fight. Volusia stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they have Spike as well.
30
You
seconds
see
left.
here the last 2 remaining members. Gonna peek here as Millie will find a nice triple kill for herself here, getting rid of Volusia, and that's a flawless going over for Reformed, up 2-0.
We saw Nuke take all that space on A quickly, when they take the A short, and by extension, but it feels like they would have taken A long on that. It forced Reform to back up and wait, and they actually had 3 players on the A side. So if we had some big wingman nuclear play, they would have been quite the firefight on A. But then you saw over there on the B side, Lubu, it was going to be a surprise flank on the B side, and it just didn't work out because you're facing off against all these Spectres. They're so strong, and once again, the patience of Reformed is working out.
Yeah, I think you kind of seem like right now for 2 rounds that Reformed has a game plan, right? Don't overcommit. And just because they've shown presence for Nuke here is actually, oh wait, as I say that, no, Nuke's actually gonna go down here as Nano will go down. Riv finding 2 kills. Meanwhile, Badison on that A lawn gets rid of Kazler, but Riv with a triple kill picks up that Phantom off of the dead corpse of one of the Nuke players as very quickly Riv, oh, nice little wallbang headshot from Odasaka as well to get rid of Riv. So very quickly now 3v2 Reformed with the 3 members, so they still have a numbers advantage. Meanwhile, Badison with the rotation here for Nuke, into clearing all sorts of corners. Got to make sure you clear your corners. Never know, maybe a Reform member took space.
Yeah. At this point, after that scare on the A side, now you're just paranoid of where
Yeah, you absolutely have to be paranoid,
Yeah.
right? Yeah,
But
and look at this too.
play.
Yeah.
This is gonna be good. You get the Omen smokes regenerate as well, so you can probably resmoke for CT side as well. You got a lot of options of where you want to play, and oh, this could be big too, Lubu, in the garage.
Ooh, wait, 2 of them both playing the smoke. This is smart though. This is smart, right? Just try to play aggressive. You want to try to take that numbers advantage down a little bit. And actually, oh, they're right there. You know, so you see Millie going down to Odasaka. In the meanwhile, Badison, ooh, finds a second kill. So very quickly, right? A 3v2 becomes a 1v2. It's just Misu now with a ghost. Doesn't have much else. Has that outlaw as the primary. Gonna shock dart, trying to force out Odasaka's, but ooh, nice dink with the ghost, but it's a ghost, and at that range, it's not going to do a one-shot headshot. So, you know, for Nuke, it looked a little bit dicey there, Brown, right? Down to 3 of V2, but very quickly pushing through the Omen smoke together, getting, you know, playing aggressive off the post plant, and all of a sudden, you know, it was a very costly round win, but, you know, they're back in it.
And it was very important that Odasaka and Badison played together on that. When they both decided to go into garage, they had the coverage from grass and the coverage up in the window, or the C-link area, and they took down the Reform players one by one. I mean, that is pretty textbook gameplay. That, and when the numbers are not on your favor, you've got to be able to play together, and they did that very brilliantly.
I think both of the fault lines from each breach on each team actually activated and hit both of the jets. So you see here Mealy with the operator pick going for a bit more of an aggression since he saved up a good amount of econ here. But once again, you know, we're seeing the same thing from Nuke, right? You go slow, try to get the information, then play back and make a call here. As you see for all the members, they're playing in sort of a default setup, it seems, as 3 members of Nuke here playing that C lawn and just trying to get some different information. You see the Aftershock here clearing that corner if they want to do a C take here, but I don't know what the plan is here. Is actually, ooh, the other 2 remaining members of Nuke going to push into Garage here, but Sabubu playing the off angle here for the Omen smoke. Gonna go for the blind here. I think this information's been given over as Sabubu will actually find Nano as she peeks out. Kowser, though, gets rid of Sakura.
One enemy remaining.
As Sabubu will find a double kill, making it 3 kills now for the round here as Battis and Odasaka both go down to Sabubu, and Kowser picks up the last kill on the Volusia. And Brown, it's clinical from Reformed here, how they're playing the retakes.
Yeah, exactly. I think the retake is just the bonus part of it too, if I would argue, because they've been able to hold the sites really well. There on the C side, you got the Killjoy setup. Obviously, Nuke is very intent on trying to take down as much util as possible, and then they have to face a dark cover, and then like, oh, we have to wait for the dark cover. And by the time all this stuff is happening, it gives Reform so much time to make a decision on how they want to set up for this push on C. And Sabubu, with a couple of nice kills to help give Reformed another round win.
Yeah, you also saw too that I think there was a little bit of mistiming from Nuke's players because you saw the aftershock coming from I believe it was Kazler towards that C corner, right? And then, but it was a little bit too early, I think, because the 2 remaining members of Nuke who wanted to push into the garage went a little bit too late to where that timing is a little bit doubtful. But ooh, Odasaka, wow, on a save gets the double headshot ghost on the Sabubu on their Omen clone, and so nice quick pick from Odasaka here, but Battison playing for this B main take as you see the updraft coming out, dash out. Immediately go, ooh, nice little quick off shot. Kazu though finds 2 and Riv gets rid of Nano as well. So Reformed hold the B site for the moment. It's just up to Odasaka, but no, Odasaka going down to Misu who's pushing out from that A lawn because you saw initially holding for the Cypher trip, but with Nano going down, Misu's free to go, you know, flank now. And well, again, the heroics of Mealy there, Brown, able to get rid of that quick. I think that was a no scope, right? A no scope flick. I don't even know if Mealy was able to scope in time.
Well, who knows, really? The point is, at least you got the kill, and a good distraction for that matter. While you had all that A-Link battling over there, the rest of the team was able to hold on to the site because Nuke had a hard time getting on as well. And so what if you're thinking, you got to think like Wingman, right? You're going into a site, the rest of your team has to be able to follow, but sometimes you think of all the util that could be there, all the possibilities of where you have to clear, and it just gets to you sometimes. And so right now, give Wingman 2 nuclear devices, needs to make sure these devices have some other strategies of how they can take these sites, because it's just not working.
No, it's not, but actually you see it looks like to try to combat that, you saw that Battison was able to pick up the operator, but Sabubu finds Volusia, Misu finds Battison, so there goes the op gamble on the attack, right? You see, just not able to go out, and that's 4,700 credits down the drain. You know, Kazler, though, spots member Nano on this B main here, so a little bit more information that there's someone outside B for Reformed.
Right there.
And once again, these dark covers covering the B site and possibly the C site. Then you have an operator on A. So, like, it feels like you don't have many options. You don't want to face Millie.
Oh, Reform knows. Yeah, Reform knows exactly where they are. Like, this isn't. There's no like gaps in their coverage for the vision at the moment. You see, actually, Millie going to go for that gamble shot here, but got smoked off. Meanwhile, Kazler, nice trigger discipline, gets rid of Nano, so you know that there's going to be one A short as Mealy will get rid of Odasaka, and I'm sure that Mealy
10 seconds.
should be able to spot out Sakura here. Nice little slow walk up with the crouch, spots the leg of Sakura. That's a flawless going over to Reform.
Okay, we know the
Yeah,
drill.
Millie's got to be your
Stick to
favorite
your
player
roles
right
and
now,
we'll crush
right, Lubu? Knowing how you like to play the game and your appreciation of the game. Of course, we saw the so-called no-scope little move over there in the last the round before that. But now you get to see the skill that Millie brings to the table on that jet, on the Yop, and now repositioning to C.
I love this.
knowing that Nuke has been kind of wary of this jet on A. So
Yeah,
if
no.
Nuke decides to go C, that could be interesting. If they don't see this jet on A, that's even more interesting. This is a mind game, really.
Absolutely. I mean, as an op main myself, like just seeing the really good smart op play always brings a little smile to my heart, even though it's everyone hates the op, but me, I love it. I love it. So very smart play from Melee. Unfortunately, though, you see Nuke all 5 going for this A main here take as Velucia actually entering, gets rid of Kazler. Battison follows up with a nice little judge kill on Riv. It's a nice little light eco buy. Sabubu playing for the retake wing for team as Battison will get rid of Sabubu on that re-entry here. As you see Misu playing for the flank, but Velucia playing in that sewer spot, able to pick out Misu, who got timing there for a second. It's now just Melee talking about with the operator. I don't think she can do it, but with the shorty kill on her Battison. So that's a nice little payment for troubles here, but surely I think Melee's just gonna save the op here. Not gonna try a 1v4 take with an op. As much as I would love to see it and love to see the heroics here, surely this is just gonna be a save for the op.
I don't know. Maybe you want something nuclear to happen. You have the rest of them push out, and then
I wish. I want to see just. Again, I'm an op nerd, right? So I want to say, oh no, Velucia. Oh, Velucia. Okay. Got a little bit scary there, but Velucia able to pick up the triple kill to get rid of Melee, and so the save unfortunately doesn't go. But Melee, without hesitation, buys another op.
Yeah, that's the alternate method of going after the operator. Honestly, when they're trying to save, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just if you know they're saving, right? Yeah, you can. I mean, we already know that, like, for Nuke, right? The whole point now is that since you've won that second round, your second round for the first half, you got to do a little bit more eco damage onto the enemy team. So
right.
I don't hate the buy at all.
And remember, look at the ults that we have. So you got the Rolling Thunder as well that you can use right here on C if you like it. Take out the operator.
Oh wait, Otasaka actually gets rid of Melee, who didn't believe that the Omen ult would have actually been committed, but Sabubu gets the trade back. Meanwhile, Nano gets rid of Misu, and now it's just Sabubu for the moment, trying to hold down the site. Finally gets a little bit of Rakira's. Oh my God, Sabubu off the breach ulti finds 2. Triple kill now is you see Sakura here in a 1v3 playing the flank here, going into the heaven, but this has got to be, this has to be red, as you see Riv undeterred as Recon Dart will go out, try to get a little bit of information, but Sakura got tagged as well off of that peak onto Riv, down to 71 health. Worried about a potential lurking member of Reform, to all 3 members playing the side, playing the entries, not giving any sort of gaps in their coverage here as, Kessler, nice headshot onto Sakura.
If we can rename some abilities and just say that Sabubu was the true from the shadows for that, based on just the movement around all of these stuns that were flying around, and able to get to the 10th kill of the game for the team, that's just absolutely inspirational. And then earlier in the round, of course, the op being taken down by what looked like a fake from the shadows, but it was real. So this is some great Omen gameplay that we're seeing, Lubu.
I just realized, Brown, as well, is I've been saying Odessa wrong the entire. I just realized the name. I just realized it. So it's Odessa because Odessa, California. Oh my God! All right, well now we know. So apologies for that.
We are learning.
We are learning. There are
a lot of teams, and
there's a lot of teams, a lot of players that I haven't. Yeah, so that's my bad.
It's the beauty of game changers, isn't it? Like, so many teams can come together and be the next big team, and that's what we're so excited to see.
That was a very bold updraft dash by Battison there to take space, but I mean, shoot, you gotta make some gambly plays here. Meanwhile, Misu, finds Nano caught trying to do a flank, I believe, as Sakura gonna get rid of that Killjoy lockdown, but Kazler able to get that trade for the risk of the lockdown, but Velucia, nice little double kill on Sabubu, and Riv gonna be pushed out, caught out by that aftershock though, as Melee will be able to get that pick onto Velucia, and Misu cleans up with a nice little double kill onto the Omen to get rid of the round. And 7-2 for Reformed here, and Brown, the gap is widening in terms of this econ as well, on top of the fact that, Reform's up 5.
And I thought that that give Wingman 2 nuclear devices has figured out their third device, which is A. Because all the times they've gone to A, they've been able, for the most part, as long as the op is not there, they've been able to rush A and plant and have a good time. Except for that time, because they got forced up by utility. Aftershock once again, very, very strong, and then you get hit with this great retake from Reformed. And now I'm sure your confidence is going down a little bit. So
Yeah, and don't forget too the fact that because of Mealy, nice little pick on Nano on the opposite side towards, I believe it was Garage or yeah, no, it was Garage. As Misu though going down to Battison as well. You get a 4v4, but great breach flash as Kazler will pick up one, pick up two. Kazler runs out of ammo, but Battison able to get the kill on the Sabuba as well as Odessa. Nice little sheriff headshot gets rid of Kazler, so the heroics of Kazler hopefully pays off here as Odessa, you see, down to 5 health. A classic right click, one of the bullets will do it. Just any sort of damage, util damage, a Cypher trip. Mealy though, headshot, op shot on a Battison. Odessa finds one. Mealy though with the triple kill. A nice little dagger headshot here as the heroics for Mealy continue and is rewarded as Reformed is up 8-2.
And you keep the operator for great
And you
measure.
keep the op. Jesus.
Like, we saw all that movement there too, and just being able no you had the numbers advantage at that point. You have one go low, the other go high with the tailwind and the updraft and the knives, which has full accuracy for the most part. So being able to use that game information and also low health on the Omen as well, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and you see, give Wingman 2 nuclear devices. It feels like they're just trying to see what works, but nothing besides that A that we keep talking about, Brown. Nothing's really worked out for them here, especially because the fact that since Mealy knows that they'd like to go towards the A, and that's been mainly successful. Mealy almost getting the pick onto Odessa, but oh my, okay, that's a great flick, op headshot on a Battison. That's what we like to see out of our op mains here is Sabubu though. Meanwhile, on the C, gonna get pushed away from that aftershock here, as you see, repositioning with the Omen TP, gonna smoke it off. Give yourself some time here as Breach Flash comes out, as Nano gets the pick, but not before Kazler gets the quick trade back here. Misu, Hunter's Fury, able to, I don't think it tagged anyone though, but Kazler in a great spot here, gonna shoot through the smoke. Meanwhile, Sakura though gets rid of Rib with the wallbang. Mealy finds Velucia. Kazler finds one through the smoke, finds Odessa through the smoke, and Sakura, fighting for her life here, will go down to Mealy, who gets rid of the op to pick up the Phantom, plays close range with her teammate, is rewarded with that last kill, makes it 9-2 in favor of Reformed.
So there was some great stalling happening on C there. When you take a look at the Hunter's Fury stalling a plant, and then just all that hesitancy that you see on Nuke, and then the wall bangs to add on top of that, adding more uncertainty. And by the time you decided, okay, maybe I should just try planting or try to secure what I have, the rest of Reformed is here. And that's what's so scary. And now Millie, being on A in the previous round, moves over to C yet again. And now we have no idea. Well, actually, this might work out for Nuclear here if they go fast.
Yeah, you said the fault line though, I think stuns 4, so there's gonna be a little bit of a stall there, and Mealy hasn't rotated yet to C. Meanwhile, Battison pulls out the jet knives here to try to take some space. Meanwhile, Nano goes very quickly on that little re-aggression from Kazler and Riv, as well as Battison getting pushed off. Here's Riv, will find another kill. Kazler finds Battison as well. So very quickly, it's a 5v2. And Sakura will find one, but goes down as Kazler. Nice 4K, picks up Sakura and Velucia as well. And Brown, that was the last round of the first half. A gigantic gap in terms of the rounds, 10-2 in favor of Reformed. You see to the point too where the great thing about if you're playing with the op like Mealy was is that if you're up so many rounds to where your team is able to hold every site, you can play whatever site you want, and it doesn't really matter, because if Nuke doesn't have an answer to the op alone, as well as the fact of any site they're taking seems to be met with heavy resistance from Reformed, really not much that they can do about it.
And let's give a shout out to Kazler, who has been able to use all the breach utility to the max to have the 11 assists so far. We saw how the Aftershock really forced Nuke to readjust in a lot of situations. Pretty much got them some rounds. Now we'll see if this attack-sided defense that they had will work on the attack side as well. If Reform GZ can just push it to the finish line here.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing to note too is because the fact that since both teams are running that silver breach, the Killjoy lockdown, it's going to be very, very tricky to
Planted.
actually keep that active if that ever happens, because since it's a 10-2, we might not even see a Killjoy lockdown. But you see right now, Nuke very quickly going to go for the flank here for the rotate, or sorry, for the retake here, as Misu unable to get the picks here. Battison finds one. Battison unable to get Kazler, as Kazler will be able to get 2 kills with the classic, no less, as you see Sakura jumping from heaven, able to get a nice little right click on a Riv. Velucia, though, able to get rid of Sabubo as well. Misu finally gets the trade back onto Velucia. It's a 2v2 recon dart from Misu, able to ping. I believe it was Sakura, as Misu going to be spamming through the smoke, trying to get some tags, able to get down. Kazler entries, gets rid of one, but it's Odessa's able to get the pick now. Odessa gonna go for the fake defuse. Oh my god, Odessa! Odessa gets rid of the Misu, but not enough time is left to get the defuse. And Reformed, off of a bloody pistol round, makes it 11-2.
Oh my gosh, there was so much just stalling and stalling and stalling, making sure that he didn't have a chance to defuse. And of course, it could have ended as a knife kill at the end if we just had a little bit more of a extra time here. But now it's 11-2, Lubu, and at this point you probably have to force and pull out all the nuclear options that you have. If you
Absolutely.
it's a tough one back here.
No, it absolutely is, but you see too, with the force that they did, they didn't opt for any long-range guns, only purely for the Bucky, as Odessa wants to go through the smoke, but gets caught out immediately by Sabubu. Sabubu actually also picking up a double kill on the Battison here, but not before Battison gets a pick on a Riv. So now it's a 4v3, but the spike will be planted here. Lucia with that aftershock will try to get rid of Melee, but Melee, nice wall bang headshot into just the classic spray here. Will find one. Misu pushing aggressively will get rid of Nano. Sakura trying to get something with that stinger, but nope. Misu will be able to get a nice little double kill for herself. Gets rid of Sakura. And Brown, it is match point here for Haven. 12-2 right now in favor of Reformed.
And Reformed has basically continued what they've done in the first half by going fast on all the situations where they have to take a site, whether it's retaking on defense or basically seeing that the timer has started on attack. Let's just go plant. It has worked out great for them. They may try to finish it off here. They're able to bonus a lot of the guns they had last round. So, yeah, you're gonna have to make a decision. Is it worth trying to fight back here or not?
Well, you actually see here for Nuke, Team Nuke. Last round they had double Buckies. This time they've actually got an upgrade. It's double judges this time. So we'll see if the judges actually get some damage here. As you see Riv though, trying to play
Guardian
for the
as well.
flank. Yeah, going down. Nano, Guardian, wallbang, headshot. Spike already been planted though, but you see Sakura with one of those 2 judges that Nuke has invested in. Gonna try to hope for an aggressive peek here as Melee will get flashed, and Sakura, nice kill with the judge off of that flash, will find a double kill as Misu though also finds a double kill. Battison able to get rid of Misu. Sabubu gets a trade back onto Sakura. 1v2. It's up to Reformed, but no, Reformed will go down to Battison with the Guardian body shot here, and Nuke are able to stave off this, you know, this match round win for Reformed, at least for the moment here, and able to pick up their 3rd round win for this start of the series.
Yeah, you got your answer very quickly, Lubu. The judge being an upgrade ended up being the answer, but that was because the plant on B, where there's so much less space than on the other sites, and the flash that came in. I mean, there's nothing you can do when you get full flashed. You can't do anything for a second. You get hit by judge, and then you can upgrade, right? Being able to upgrade to better rifles, and now hopefully this is the one round. Obviously you have to win the rest of these rounds to try to go to overtime, but hopefully this is the one round that gives some confidence like this.
Ooh, that's a great push from Reformed as Riv will get rid of Odessa, so that smokes down for Nuke on this eventual retake here, as Kazler will immediately get that spike down. And oh wait, wow. Yeah,
There's
sorry.
a pull too. Don't forget the Rolling Thunder. This could be the round here if they can't push this long area.
Yeah, but that's crazy too, right? Because Reform, knowing that, they all have played off-site, because they have also Hunter's Fury as well from Misu here. Sabubu's going to get pushed away from that Aftershock to reposition here, but all the utility here, this is going to be a hard ask for Nuke to try to get the spike defused, as Battison will get a trade onto Misu, so that's actually Hunter's Fury now down for Reformed. Riv, though, getting the pick back onto Battison, as 3 members are just trying to bait out these Reformed members here. Nuke actually get rid of 2 as Velucia and Sakura get to pick a piece. Kazler. Oh, Sakura's trying to push with the judge. the negatives of the judge going down as Kaz will get 1-1, and because the spike in a good spot, Reformed 13-3 win it for this game 1 of the series here over Nuke. And yeah, Brown, that was a very, very quick game from what we saw here, you know, and like I was saying, Haven, quick action, and we were not disappointed in terms of just the amount of bloodshed within those first like 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we were literally sitting here in the first round waiting for something to happen. And you know, our wonderful wingman players were just sitting around and we're like, is this going to be a slow game? You know, we're going to have to play some mind games. And then you saw Reform just decide, okay, once the spike is planted or when it's our turn to plant, let's just go fast. They can't stop us. They clearly were unstoppable for that whole game. And if you cannot play at the pace that is dictated by the winning team, then you're gonna fall behind very quickly. So very good gameplay from Reformed. I think you would agree with that, Lubu.
No, absolutely. And then again, you were also talking about it too, but special shout out to Kazler there. I mean, popped off. I think the final kill count was like 21-5-12 or something like that. So insane KDA, insane value on that breach. You know, we'll see. Maybe does Kazler pick it up for Lotus as well? Who knows, right? For this game too.
And your favorite Jet Millie. That I think is one of the key players of that whole game. Once the operator was picked up, it was just like, okay, we have to avoid this op, but we also want to fight the op. But that's when you're in the mentals already. Like you know this player has
Absolutely
given a big impact. Even when you get the spike planted, Millie shows up with a different weapon, kills everyone, and then okay, now I can pick up my op again. It's like,
yeah,
that is some big time moves, big game changing moves. I gotta say.
That's the great thing about that Reformed was doing, right? Was the fact that because Millie's able to invest in the op, well, you know, the classic strategy is like you were talking about. Either we push the op and just force them to back up, or we just ignore it, right? And in the case for, you know, Nuke, it was they really tried both ways, but the issue was the fact that because Reform's setup for every other side on that defense was just so rock solid, that it's, you know, it's kind of like, well, pick your poison. Do you want to deal with the op, or do you want to deal with the fact that on the other two sites, it was locked down by Reformed? And that's to the point where you saw Melee was just rotating between, do I set up A to start the round, or do I go C? Doesn't really matter, because either way, my team's got, you know, the other two sites on lockdown. And because of that, Nuke didn't really have an answer to it.
And by the way, we don't know where Millie is because here's the dark cover. So now you have no idea what's happening on the other sides. You're just scared, you're worried, and that's the fear factor when you're able to deny information like that. Or if the only way to find information is to peek an op, like that's just scary. So obviously,
Absolutely.
you know, a lot of things that you can learn if you are a new player to the game. It's just a masterclass of that. Okay, I think we got to throw it back to the desk. So let's go over to Camilla and the crew for some more analysis.
Thank you, and welcome back over to our analyst desk. I think Give Wingman 2 nuclear devices may have forgotten the 2 nuclear devices that were promised just a little bit, but
Brought the squeaky toys instead.
you know, it happens to everyone. You forget your stuff at home, and then you just gotta utilize the squeaky toys. It happens, but who wants to dive into our first match between Give Wingman 2 nuclear devices and Reform GC?
I think it's funny you talked about using what you have and utilization, because in my mind, the successor on Haven was determined just by that utilization of utility in the best and most dominant fashion possible. Well, granted, the score didn't really let us get to see too much of the defense side out of Gin Wingman 2 nuclear devices. Janice and I prepared for you guys a little Telestrator segment on a round that identified issues pretty early and clearly on between these two squads. So we're going to take a look at round number 4, actually, from Haven. So once again, we were right in the, like, really early on, we could tell. So this round started off with an A default, and then when that failed, they kind of went back towards this C split attempt, where you can see the 3 players are going towards C long, while you have Cypher and Jet more trying to pressure in through Garage. And all of this is great. Only thing to fault, I would say, is, you know, nobody there to really punish off of the aftershock into the corner. Right here, you can see. And not just like, obviously it'll still clear somebody out of the corner, but you can't really kill them off of it. But the main thing we want to jump into is actually when we get into the cacophony of utility you're about to see in number 2. So there's the immediate rotation of the breach on the side of, you know, reformed, which is great, and they're there to reinforce the killjoy. So they have 2 factors of delay here, 3 in fact. Actually, you have your fault line, you have your molly, and you have your turret, all to delay these players from getting out onto site. Now the issue is, all while this is happening on site and towards main, at the same time, Sabubu is solo holding down garage, and this one paranoia is what causes chaos for the entire team in my mind, because you'll see what happens is, I'm not sure if they just walk in or run in or if it's a shrouded step in, but Jet tailwinds in and Omen at the same time entries, and they are stunned out by their own fault line. And this is because they were trying to escape the paranoia from Sabubu, and they just felt really pressured, likely by the clock, since again, this was like past halfway into the round at that point, right, Janice?
Yep. It was like already 50 seconds in, and it's just a series of unfortunate events, just really bad timings all the way around. And yeah, as you were mentioning it, that stun hit both their 2 entries in the Jet and their Omen. And off of that contact, the defensive Omen gets to swing onto the Cypher right here. So that's taken out, and then that Sova as well gets taken out from the enemy breach. It's just really unfortunate because your 2 entries get stunned up. They can't do anything right there. A little brutal, but as you were saying, it's a really great defensive setup
Oh yeah.
from the side of Reform. They were excellent. They were well prepared for that. Again, that paranoia, as you mentioned, was perfect. All the util was great at slowing this push down, but it kind of felt just like the give Wingman 2 nuclear devices kind of tripped a little bit, and it cost them the round.
No, and I mean, even the person who was stunned in this situation, right, which is Riv, set out their molly over backside so that Breach could swing and safely get that kill on Sova. And then you also kind of have this Jet and this Omen confined because, you know, you have to choose between your own fault line or the swarm grenade, and neither of those are great options. So again, maybe showing why more practice with a coherent squad can create plays like this. But also something else to point out is that I think it was the next round right afterwards where they had coordination and aggression out of the Breach in particular on the A side. I think it was a 3K, in fact, from them. I think it was Volusia was the name. And they won that round. So again, maybe showing the key to victory moving forward onto our next map of Lotus is, you know, again, aggression alongside your utility instead of hoping that your teammates capitalize off of it.
And it's a great place, and I really hope that the side of giving to give Wigman 2 nuclear devices is able to capitalize on that, start working on those mistakes and those little trip ups they're making. But Reformed, we're going to Lotus, and the statistics, I love my numbers, as you know. Reformed have not lost Lotus. They have won. They've played it. Lotus 8 times so far over the course of both open qualify of series 1, 2, and 3. They have lost it 0 times. They have been excellent on this map. So something has got to come out of Give Wingman 2 nuclear devices. I'm really hoping they're able to step up and really challenge Reformed. But a couple of small mistakes, if they can fix those, potentially. They looked pretty good once they had their execs, once they had things figured out. But it just feels like a little bit of those trip ups, those little small details that, you know, over time a roster gets better and gets more familiar with those and are able to clean those small mistakes up. But right now, the time isn't you don't have time. You have to be able to win, at least for this open qualifier. You got to win now, which it just seems like potentially they won't be able to have that.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing what happens with our next map, especially with the fact that it's fairly different than the one we just saw. And I do believe we have our picks for characters. Is that correct, production?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. So let's kick it back to our casters and see what players we're going to see pick what.
All right. Thanks so much to our wonderful analyst desk, and hello back in the broadcast booth with Lubu over there. This is Browntoll. So we just saw a very fast first game, Lubu, on Haven, but now we're going over to our next map, which I'm sure you're excited to see.
No. I mean, yeah, I love Lotus. I love Lotus. Everything about it. Another 3-site map, just so great, Brown. I mean, what do you think about Lotus, Brown? I want to know your take on it.
So I'm trying to think of, based on these selections, like whether there would be any sort of strategic change, at least from the game pacing, right? Because Reformed was so successful going fast that I don't know if they will take that when they get on the attacking side, if they're going to bet on just going fast C, fast B. B's distance is very short, actually. So So there are some options there. You also are gonna have to pick up the Gecko to throw in their own
Yeah.
nuclear devices back.
Mhm.
But of course, like you never know what's gonna happen. We got the Fate pick over there as well for Nuke. So Fate actually is a very good agent to use on Lotus. There's a lot of different eye lineups that can scan so much area. I don't think a lot of at least normal like ranked players they realize this because they want to play this meta all the time. But you got to look out for that fade. I think that would be a huge factor in this map.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw the comps too, right? It's double controller from the side of Reformed, rocking with the Viper Omen. It's a classic, like, you know, if you're going to rock double controller, usually that second controller, it's between Viper or Harbor. In this case, Reformed opting for the Viper. So that's going to be interesting to see, you know, how they're going to play this out. Gives them a little bit more of a, what's the word? Maybe a little bit more of just deceit, deceitful gameplay, right? Because now you have two controllers, you can smoke off so many sight lines, give Nuke just some sort of guessing game of where they're going to be hitting. But on the side of Nuke, rocking the double initiator, I was talking about maybe we see Breach on, you know, for Lotus, and we do. Not on Kazler, who had an amazing game on Breach for game one, instead on Sakura.
Once again, Lubu, going slow to start with for our Nuke team. They are trying to see if there's going to be any aggression from Reform to push out, but we know from the first map that Reform just doesn't really do it in the beginning. Once they get more comfortable, they start to change up their pacing. So that's not something you'll see early. Maybe you'll see a little later.
Yeah, this is interesting though, because Bisu set up on the C, which means that for the members of Nuke, they didn't actually push up enough to get the information on where the KJ setup is, but I think off of Odessa's positioning, might be able to pick up the fact that you don't hear turret on the, you know, outside the B, so KJ going to be set up on the A, and as you see that, 4 members of Nuke going to be pushing onto the A here. You see Odessa playing back here, hoping to maybe catch a rotating member of Reformed off guard. Meanwhile, you see Riv pulling the back sight as for the moment. Oh, look at that. Nuke, I think they're going to be hitting B here. Yep, you see the fault line coming out here. Going to stun out Mealy. Mealy with the charge will try to play aggressive here. Mealy, oh, whips are being shot and missing, but Odessa gets rid of Mealy. Nano finds a Kazler, but Riv able to get the trade back on the Nano. You see Sabubu here playing in the smoke as Misi will get rid of Odessa on that flank here. And it's a 3v3. The 3 remaining members of Nuke are all playing at the breakable position here. So it's a pretty tight corner and a pretty tight ass. Because you see Riv, I think it's just going to go stick for the strike here. She is, as Madison will get rid of Sabubu. Riv stops the defuse for the moment, but it's halved. Riv going to go for the actual defuse here. Oh, Velucia gets it in time. Misu gets rid of Velucia, but it's a 1v2. Spike is still halved here, but Misu caught between a rock and a hard place. Won't go down to Madison. Fantastic pistol round coming out for Nuke to give them the advantage for this pistol round.
Now they could have gone either way, Lubu. You saw the snake bite come out, which separated our spiked defenders over there, and then being able to have the numbers advantage at the end. I mean, what a clutch peek, right? Lubu, like that was already amazing. Down to that last moment to peek that, and then it becomes a 2v1. You can kind of do a little high-low. You just swing together and you get the finishing kill. But what about the pathing that our wingman team has done? They gave C a shot. They rotate over to A, and my favorite part of A,
it's a firing lineup. It's a lineup. It's a lineup as Madison will find 2, and Velucia gets rid of Riv. So the strat there for Reformed, I like the idea. Obviously the execution and the unfortunate time of the fact that I don't think a single member of Nuke actually made a single, like, they were all sitting in spawn for the most part, I think. So that was just a little bit of a mistiming here. Okay, well, Madison gets rid of Kazler with the raised nade and the switch.
Basically, I mean, all that stuff is happening. This is actually a great confidence booster. I just see the flawless there for the round.
Oh my god.
But
yeah, I mean, this is
like
stark contrast. Yeah.
Right? I told you earlier, we have to wait for Reform to eventually push out. And maybe it just took Nuke to win the first round for that gamble play on B to run out and unfortunately run into an outlaw. Or fortunately in this case for Nuke, because like, wow, it'll take those 3 kills. I mean, 140 to the body and then the wall bang through the body. Like if that doesn't boost your motivation right now, I don't know what will. I mean, this is great for our Nuke team. And now we'll see if they change their pace. If does adding this extra confidence means they will go fast, as you see the 4 players towards C.
Yeah, and Riv, you know, gets hit from the fault line here, and also will get spotted out from that Fang ping as well. Alarm bot gets triggered, but that's not really going to do much. As Baddison with the Raze rocket will try to chase after Riv. Yeah, won't be able to. As you see Misu, ooh, playing the lurk here, gets rid of Velucia. Riv finds another kill onto Odessa here. As you see Misu going to push aggressively for this angle here, as Baddison will find one, but Misu and Millie a piece getting the kill. Nano getting rid of Misu. 1v3, just Nano with an outlaw, and it's not much for an ask. Now does this actually get rid of Millie to, you know, do a little bit more eco damage, but Sabubu able to get the last kill on the Nano. That's the defuse going down. So Reformed get their 4th round win. Not without casualties though, because I think Kazler also lost heavy shield, so a bit of a hurt for the econ. If you're, you know, Team Nuke, you're happy with that, right? Able to get 3 picks, and as well as forcing at least one of the remaining 2 members to, you know, invest some econ.
And the fact that they were able to take the C site pretty cleanly was a pretty good sign. I mean, you hear the showstopper, you're scared. You gotta run away. Not a lot of angles to run away from on the C site. So that might be something in the playbook for the future. If they get the showstopper again, or probably take the C site again, or even just having the confidence in your race to do that. That's going to be a factor. So let's remember that for the rest of this half.
Absolutely. You see the Sakura's fault line, known for that A lawn, just trying to get some members of Reformed here to back up, and actually 3 members of Reformed pushing aggressively to take that space for the Ruin, just in case that Nuke want to re-hit A, but you see Nuke rotating off towards that C and the B. 2 members of Nuke here. It's Odessa charge for the moment, but very calm and collected. Neither team really rotating. They've set up their positions on both sides here.
I don't think that Give Wingman 2 nuclear devices is very confident in doing a split push. Like if they're going to go to a site, they're going to go together. They're just trying to gather that information, right? They already won a round based off of Ford pushing out that B side. Look over on the A side as well on the mini map. The way
they haven't rotated,
right?
They haven't rotated at all.
They have some information there, like, okay, they're not going to go A, so which side is it going to be? You have the killjoy coverage on C as well, so you're once again dictating the pace, but yeah, you can't count out the attackers when they run it together like right now.
Ooh, and they didn't remember that dog didn't actually spot on Melee, so Melee, ooh, full blind, will find Sakura eventually, down to 32 health, gets blinded from Omen here as Melee down to 32 health still. Kazler will get rid of Baddison. Kazler actually getting the double kill onto Odessa.
1 enemy remaining.
But Kazler's also lit too. Misu able to get rid of Velucia. Nano gets the trade back on the Sabubu. And it's now Nano in a 1v4 with only a second left. Won't be able to do anything here as, and actually will go down to Misu eventually as well. So Brown formed, tied up 2-2. They've clawed back and able to get rid of Nuke on their 4th round for the rifle round. So the momentum shifting back towards Reformed.
Yeah, and by momentum, we really mean just being able to dictate the pace of the game. The time was a very big factor there. Because once they felt compelled, the nukes that is, they felt very compelled to take the B site with 15 seconds left, and unfortunate that they weren't able to clear the breakable door.
5 stingers. Is this just a B rush? Oh, I think this is just a B rush. 5 stingers. They're gonna go with a light bike here. They're W king. This is straight up. This is aggressive to the max from Nuke, and they're not even gonna be playing B. I think they're gonna go through C. They just want to get picks here with the stingers.
That's a very risky play, but they get a couple of kills like this. I don't know about this one. Now with Riv doing the killjoy plays. Oh my goodness, Woo Woo.
I had a little bit of a stank face going there, Brown, as you saw Riv playing for the counter push there as well with Millie as well, able to just clean up the kills. So the idea I think that Nuke wanted to do there was, okay, with the stingers, right, we push out on the B, maybe get a pick. If we don't find them there, well, we can't necessarily plant B because we have stingers. Not something you really want to use with necessarily. You want to at least get a pick with it.
Yeah, see, but I understand the thought process there, but also it seemed very deliberate that they wanted to go C-Link. If they decide not to go there, and you can still try to rush to breakable, you'll be able to trade that with the speed of the Stinger bullets coming out. So there were just a lot of options. The option they picked was to go to C-Link. It just didn't work out. I respect the play. I think it's a good
absolutely.
It's a gamble play for a reason.
Yeah, you have to do risky things here because I mean, they've got the information from Reform too, from at least from the game one against Haven, is that they're set up in their sites. You haven't really forced any of them to rotate, especially on the Haven too. They didn't really really overcommit to a rotate here, and they've got no reason to as well for Lotus. Ooh, Mealy, nice little pick onto Odessa. That's one half of the smokes going, or sorry, not one half, all the smokes going down for Nuke here, as Battison will get a kill onto Sabubu. So both Omens going down. Both of the raises were stunned, but Battison comes out on top, able to get rid of Mealy here, as Kaiser will fall back towards the backside of A for the moment here. Gets flashed from Breach. Riv, though, finds Velucia on the cross. Nano gets rid of Riv. Trade backs going crazy here as Kaiser off of the wingman stun will get rid of Battison, but that aftershock will delay this push here for Kaiser. That doesn't even matter. Kaiser going off of the Haven game, able to get fantastic value. Nano finally gets the trade back onto Kazler. It's a 1v1. Misu playing for that C flank here, or sorry, A flank here for the moment. Nano with one cage. Yeah, spy cam.
Get the vision.
Oh yeah, Nano knows. Nano knows.
Great position here.
Ooh! Dink! Misu's down to 10 health. Nano knows that. Misu's hurt. I love this push. Fantastic.
Wow.
Play aggressive. Absolutely. Great clutch from Nano to even things up for Nuke. Make it 3-3. I love that re-aggression from Nano, especially after she got the information that you absolutely wallbang dinked Viper. So this is a fight you definitely want to take.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Once you heard no footsteps, you don't want to give up all that space and have to decide you have to look left or right. You already got all that damage. Just swing. Go get the kill. You have that confidence. Even if you don't push that, your spike is planted in a position where the Viper is going to have to check multiple places. This is a high pressure situation for Misu. So, hey, now that we got that A plan down, will we see another A push again? The reason why that the nukes were able to go toward A is because they had that numbers advantage. They were able to clear out the rubble, and that's why they went that direction.
Yeah, and you see here, though, for Nuke, it looks like off of that success on the A, at least for the moment, they want to show that B-C split, at least initially, to get some information going here once again. But also kind of what we saw 2 rounds ago here for Reformed, because the fact that, Nuke hasn't shown A, they're taking space here just so that they know. Ooh, but doesn't matter. Velucia gets a pick onto Misu. Riv gets the trade back, though, as Battison will take space. But, ooh, the KJ Maul is doing a decent amount of damage here, as Odessa will be able to get rid of Mealy off of pick on, I believe that was the B site as well. So Kazler, though, trying to go for the door, but Nano still lurking on that B. Will get rid of Kazler, so Reformed falling apart a little bit for the moment here. Soccer will be able to get that plant down onto the C as Battison taking space here, but I think if you're Reformed, it looks like they're just going to try to save these 2 Vandals, but...
It was spotted. Riv was spotted, so now they're deciding to push this.
Yeah, I think Nuke, they don't want to give Reformed any sort of econ save here as well, so yeah, you see Nano and Battison going to play together here. Sabubu gets rid of Battison. Sabubu gets rid of 2. Okay. Now it's a little bit scary. I don't think Reform's going to go for the defuse here. They're just going to take the fact that they got 2 more picks and then just still go for the save, which is right. I think that's the right call here. It's a little bit too far away now to do a retake, but yeah, able to get rid of 2 picks here on the save, so a little bit more eco damage done. But this time round we actually saw that the C and the B split actually worked out for Nuke off of the round. Oh, well, okay. Besides the fact that Sabuba got down on that save. Either way, you saw success coming out for Nuke.
Successful.
Yeah, it's still very successful.
We don't want to downplay the fact that post objective kills are like forgetful, because of course economy is important. But more importantly, like just overall, I think even for both sides, I mean, we saw in the first game it was very one-sided. Like the pace was very clearly dictated. I think both teams they do feel a little uncomfortable. In that last round, the attackers got picks on both C and B, and that was the first time I've ever seen Reform kind of like yes. Oh, I know you love this play right here.
Yeah, the Omen smoke saving from the breach flash just in time. Fade ulti comes out here. Showstopper coming from Battison here. Full blind. Ooh, gets really super low. Gets really super low, but that's a showstopper. That's the issue. The showstopper. Kazler gets rid of a double kill on a Battison and Velucia, as Kazler with the wingman wants to get more information. Wingman trying to get some sort of information with the boom bot, but gets the information that, oh, okay, well, Nuke, they absolutely backed up. Misu taking space here, trying to catch out a lurking member of Nuke, and might get rewarded. As you see, Odessa is staying behind, playing that anchor position here on that Omen. And Odessa has no idea that Misu is taking space here. So Odessa is sure to fall here. Maybe he gets rid of one member here, but there's no... It might be a curtain calls for Odessa, I believe. But meanwhile, you see the remaining members for the two for Nuke have already taken space onto the A.
Yeah,
For the moment.
depending on what you want to do, Lupo, you can get a pick here like this, okay, and then maybe from
Riv!
the
Oh, Riv! Okay, Riv almost with that, but Riv able to redeem it and able to get rid of Nano, so now it's a 1v4. It's just Odessa, who ironically was in the worst spot, but okay, and Misu able to get rid of the pick, but yeah, like you were saying, Brown, too, Odessa was in such a tight spot here, and hopefully they were able to get a pick and, you know, try to get something going to make Reformed able to, you know, maybe even rotate off of the A and you know, just cause a fake, but, you know, Reformed, the shots were clean, and because of that, rewarded with the round, and we're all even up at 4-4.
Yeah, I was so stressed because I was just looking at our wonderful attacking Omen, just waiting and seeing if a pick would happen, and eventually the pick did happen, but at that point, the time was not on the side, and time was running out. So this play right here that you're seeing with the Omen smoke, I thought, like, I didn't think of the breach flash, like that was amazing. I was thinking more of the fact that this was a great one way to take the space here on the mound. And so now you have Reform taking space on C, or they can decide to take the space on A that they've been doing. Of course, give Wingman 2 different devices, decides to go A this time, but they have to face off against the toxin screen. Then they know Killjoy likes playing A, so they have to deal with that.
Yeah,
a lot
it's
of things to
just
consider.
pick your poison again. Remember, like we were talking about with Haven, it's pick your poison, how you want to deal with, you know, Reform's defensive setup. In this case, though, it's the right call, I believe, with Nuke, as they're taking the space onto the A. No picks yet, though, as Riv is holding down the A for the moment. Nice pick. Oh my god, Riv. Nice little double kill, wall bang headshot to get rid of Badison and Sakura apiece. Still a couple of members left in tree as Kazler will get rid of Belusia. And Nano, oh my god, just all the util being dumped onto her right now is trying to take space into the stair positioning here is... Got 4 members of Reform chasing down Nano. Not long for the world. Nano maybe able to get one pick here. We'll see. Nope, not at all, as Melee will get the last kill on the Nano. Flawless coming for Reformed. Brown. Flawless.
I want to give a shout out to Riv, who is playing Killjoy very, very well. Not only is the util import just putting pressure on whoever's trying to take your site, but you yourself are important as well. Being able to use precise gunplay to, I mean, you saw there on the tree, right? The 2 kills, it was
Absolutely.
so calm and cool to get those 2. And there were other rounds that composed the 10 kills that Riv has had so far that have made basically A unplayable. And maybe that's why you're seeing this mound play here. Because if I'm Reformed, I'm thinking my Killjoy has A site completely locked down. There's nothing that the nukes can do there. So that means we can do our taking space play on C, and that means B is the play we're forcing them to go.
Yeah, and you saw here, though, with the Thrash able to detain one, Misu's just aggressively... Oh my god! I think Nano, that was a collateral with the Sheriff. Able to go down eventually to Kazler here, but it's a Badison's probably not long with the world, as the last 2 remaining members of Reformed are on both sides of Badison. Badison's only down to 45 health here. We'll see if Badison can get this pick on the Riv. Will get the pick on the Riv, but unfortunately unable to get the last kill on the Kazler, as Kazler wipes out Badison to make the 6-4. But it got really, really scary there for a moment, Brown, as I think we saw Nano a collat kill with the Sheriff. You don't see that often, but that time, you know, for Reform, they lined up perfectly for Nano.
Yeah, these things sometimes do happen very precisely, don't they, Lupo? I was so ready to say that great defense on A, the great defense on C. That means you have to go B. This is a GG round for Reformed, and then you see this happen. And that's why you can never let your guard down until the round is over. I mean, the round was almost won, too, if only you had more health. Like, if you think about
Absolutely.
it, the score could have been 5-5. And that'd be a big momentum shift. You see a tie game versus that's a 2-point swing.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like a case in like a very cold case of just, you know, for anyone playing like ranked in Valorant, right? This is why eco rounds are so important, because you never know. You can change the shift of the momentum immediately. But meanwhile, though, Sabubu able to find one. Misu and Riv, and Sabubu gets a double kill as well. They're cleaning up Nuke as well, as it's now just a Nano with the heroics from the last round. See if they were able to get any more heroics here going, as Nano will find one, but unable to get rid of Melee, who was just flying through the air with the charge pack here. And now because of that, where it's now 7-4 in favor of Reformed Brown. And, you know, again, we were talking about how great their defensive setup is, because the fact that Nuke only has the breach flash off of the initial entry, and because we see that Reformed has an answer with that for Omen as well. You never really think about it too, but the fact that with double controller, you know, at least in ranked, because I'm just a ranked noob, you don't see many double controllers being played because people don't like playing controller for whatever reason. But because the fact that you have the Viper and the Omen, it allows KJ to set up the A. When normally if you're playing like, you know, say ranked solo queue or anything like that, KJ is more likely to set up on the C, right? And then maybe put the alarm bot on the B. But because of the team comp here, you see the value of what happens when you are able to have KJ set up to the A. Keep talking about it, pick your poison, I think is a common phrase for all of us, but because of that, Odessa, though, playing off of the aggression of Misu, able to get rid of the first pick.
Okay, so I'm looking for Madison to pick up the O-Orb to try to get the showstopper on this last round. Now there's no option there, so maybe you use the Rolling Thunder at some point. You're split up, though. That's not so good. Now you don't even have the numbers advantage.
Showstopper, post-mortem, martyrdom, able to get rid of Volusia. 1v2 as Sakura taking the space here on the B. Surely they know that.
I'm so upset, Lubu. I'm like, you see all this YouTube that's available.
Yeah.
I would have wanted them to play together. And
Just the
try to
fault
at least
line.
Get the double ult. I mean, the Rolling Thunder. Now you could use the Rolling Thunder to try to do some heroics yourself.
I mean, with great crosshair placement, able to get rid of Sakura. But yeah, like you're pointing out, wasted util, or I mean, actually not wasted util, just didn't use util for Sakura there. And yeah, because of that too, bloody final round. And once again, Brad, I think, isn't this what we saw from the first game too? Was an 8-4 half, I believe. I could be wrong. No, 10-2.
Well, no,
10-2. Yeah. But
in
either
our
way,
brains, it was 8-4.
yeah, in our brains. But yeah, no, either way though, you know, Reformed with a pretty sizable lead here. Obviously, if you're, you know, Team Nuke, pistol round gonna matter heavily here. And if you're unable to, I think we're gonna see another force if they're unable to get the pistol round here for themselves.
It may not be guaranteed. I guess it'll depend on the circumstance, how they feel of what happens in the first round of this half. But you will have to see the strategy. Of course, you already see these Nuke's players. They are pushing out of A to take all that space. If only Reformed went there.
Yeah, and what you see right here, though, for Reformed, pushing it onto the B for the moment, as you see... Any members, though, Melee, able to get rid of pick onto Nano here. You see Sakura prepping with the fault line here for that C link. Flash comes out, gets rid of Castler, who tries to dodge the flash, but because of the snake bite from Misu, gives Castler a good position, able to get rid of Madison as well. Misu playing aggressive on the retake here. Oh my god, Misu! Nice little triple kill with the Ghost. A flawless round for Reformed. And that was clinical from Reformed, able to take space on the B, denied the initial retake from Nuke, and because of that, all momentum still shifting in favor of Reformed Brown.
Hey, what about that Viper Misu, who has 15 kills right now for the team, including that 3K, showing us how expert it is to use a Ghost in that way. It's absolutely fantastic. I think they all bought Ghosts, from what it looks like.
Yes, I think, I believe you're right there.
Yeah, Misu had a pretty big impact in the first half. Of course, Viper Omen was very popular. It still can be popular on Lotus. Playing behind, like using the walls. No, this is one wall that is brilliant too. But we saw this wall on defense. I mean, that was a big part of how Reformed was able to win a couple of those defensive rounds. And now we can see this Viper unleashed going into this attacking side.
Yeah, all 5 members of Reformed pushing on this A. They're not really giving up any information here, although Sabubu does not get rid of the Cypher Trip, and because of that, Volusia. Nice little Sheriff headshot onto Sabubu, so that's one pick going over to the favor of Nuke, but because of the positioning, they're not able to reclaim the Spectre here, so at the moment, they're still going to be working with this limited util and guns. Snakebite denies the push out for that info as you see, ooh, Misu catches the flank, so Badison goes down. Don't think Misu realizes that Odessa's with. Oh, no, okay. Never mind. Odessa definitely has given away the information that she's also on the flanking. Yep, Misu will get the double kill onto Odessa. Meanwhile, Melee here playing off of the smoke. Kazler will get rid of Nano. Lucia with a nice little wallbang. Ooh, Lucia. Great heroics, triple kill with the Sheriff. Not enough, though. There was just too many members of Reformed still alive. And because of that, Reformed able to get rid of that second round. So this is the key round here, right, Brown? Because now if you're Reformed, yeah, I mean, all you care about right now is econ damage. But if you're Nuke, fourth round, you don't win this, it's looking like a curtain call.
Well, they're not full, like, Reformed here is going to be able to only carry in that Vandal. If they can hunt down that Vandal player, that will be good. But of course, yes, you have to force if you are give Wingman 2 nuclear devices. Ideally, you want to have 5 nuclear devices that can shoot, which you do. But hopefully you can hold on to that for more rounds than this. This is a very crucial round for the economy.
You see Riv here trying to take some information towards C and maybe catch someone out from Nuke to rotate towards the C. But in the meanwhile, Kazler's already with the Wingman planting onto the B. You see Melee taking a lot of space here for Reformed and trying to bait out someone from that C Link side here. Ooh, also backed up by the 2 teammates here as Soccer will find 1 kill. Soccer will find 2. Will eventually get traded up by Sabubu. So that's going to be a Vandal going over to Sabubu now as you see Misu playing for... was playing here as Badison wisely looks towards B main here. Velucia able to get rid of Riv. You see Sabubu playing the C Link here, but because of the fact that they were able to get the defuse... Oh, Sabubu, though, gets a nice little econ damage for the trouble, but either way, though, Nuke wins a very, very close round here. Ideally, you're able to get the round win without losing a couple of members there. So good damage from Sabubu at the end of it. But either way,
that's
round win.
The problem though, Lubu, because of that, I see that
light armor
has to be not just light armor. You had to request a buy there. So like 2 guns lost like that. Like Sabubu's kills there were actually very important. But still, it's all Vandals, so you never know these days. I mean, all it takes is a headshot to get a kill, right? Maybe we're thinking too hard about these shields, but it's nice to have full shields if you can.
Yeah, that Viper Ball, just such a great Viper Ball too. It forces Velucia to have to play it back, right? Because you don't want to peek that with the vulnerability. And you have the Omen. Yeah, you have the Omen smoke too, so you literally just cannot peek this. Unless you wanted to invest in maybe a Breach Flash, but that's not worth it in my opinion. And so a lot of A site.
Maybe the Thrash might be useful here if they want to like commit to A.
Yeah, we'll see if they actually want to commit to the Thrash. I think with how they've been playing, they might be a little bit reluctant. Well, actually, you see, Misu actually picked up the orb. Okay, there we go. There's the Thrash. There's the Thrash, able to clear the tree, which is good. And you're going to clear the back site. You don't get the information necessarily, but Melee able to push out in time, gets rid of Velucia, who was caught in a pretty precarious situation. See Sabubu quickly taking space here to just deny. Ooh, Nano though with a nice little quick peek gets rid of Sabubu. There's the there's the Viper parry coming from Misu. You saw Misu grabbing that orb earlier, right before the Thrash came out. Badison, ooh, nice little headshot onto Melee. And Kastler with the Thrash pick up for the second time. Detains Nano, but not in time, or rather Riv didn't really care for the detain. Was able to get rid of 2 of Sakura and Nano, and Riv just playing off of her team here is Badison taking quick space here to try to get rid of these tree players, but Kastler ready for it. The Viper Pit doing fantastic as Odessa gets rid of Kastler, but Riv able to get rid of Odessa. Nice little triple kill. 11-5 for Team Reformed, and I mean, it was a lot of ultimate investments from the side of Reformed, right? We saw Viper's Pit, you saw Thrash, so I guess if you're Nuke, you're kind of like, okay, well, at least we made them, but you look at the buy here, they gotta save here. There's nothing much you can really do, so hopefully the econ round going, maybe Nuke can get something going here with a couple of picks with the Sheriffs. Maybe.
Yeah, they definitely have to save here. It sucks that you have to play for overtime, but I think you're better off with the bigger guns. I mean, you almost won that round with all those ults invested. It was played very well with Riv. I see Riv even just staying behind this time. basically
Mhm.
like a human Killjoy turret. So that was the backup plan if the Viper's Pit went down. And Reformed really does like this A. They're probably going to keep going A. They know the Cypher trips are out there. You already have this covered CT side, so you're causing chaos back there. So yeah, this attack game plan is going pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so, for Reformed, because of the power of that Viper wall and the Omen smokes as well, just able to deny so much information and also cause Nuke to not peek off of those smokes. You're gonna take so much space here. Is Mealy again talking about space here? Oh, the Gecko Maul is gonna force him to peek out. Mealy finds one. Mealy finds two. Kazler finds another. Saboob. Oh, that was clinical. Clinical from
Beautiful.
Reformed.
Mosh Pit it's so ironic that we're talking about Gecko utility working well against Give Wingman 2 nuclear devices. Like, the Mosh Pit might be one of the most underrated devices to throw, especially in that situation. Like, you cannot escape unless you can fly. Which
You have to push out. You have to push out and try to take space, but
you don't move,
but
you
it's
die.
predictable. Yeah.
And look at this. There's still a chance here on defense because you got 4 ults, and maybe you can farm for, if you're crazy enough, Sakura could probably farm for the Rolling Thunder. So it's not over yet. If you can get this round, you can use the ults properly, then you can still have a pretty decent chance to keep the momentum back on your side.
Yeah, Nuke with the showstopper, or sorry, Battison with the showstopper playing for the Ruins here. And I think this is wise, right? If you're Nuke, you know they love hitting the A's, so you gotta take space here for the Ruins, at least for the moment here. As you see the showstopper coming out, able to get rid of one. Velucia, nice little follow-up, gets rid of Kazler, but Sabubu able to get a trade onto Velucia. Battison picks up her second kill for the round here. Able to get that trade back onto Sabubu. The spike is down outside. They know where the spike is, so it's gonna be tricky for Reform to try to get one as Misu runs out and gets caught with a hail of bullets as Odessa will get rid of Misu. And now it's just Riv in a 1v4. Information obviously being getting over from that boom bot. They know Riv is outside A. This is not much of how do we want to play this? Like, look at this lineup here. Fault line coming out here just to stun Riv. Also got tagged from a couple of those wall bang shots here. And we'll see how Riv dies. I don't think this is a case of if Riv will die, it's how. Okay, nice. Ooh, you actually saw the nice little crosshair transfer. Almost able to get rid of 2, but yeah, 1 for 1.
Yeah, that was good. That was so you had a lot of decisions there. Either you were gonna try to re-engage who I think it was the opposing Cypher had the first angle, or you were just gonna white swing and like hope for the best. And yeah,
it's as good as you can ask.
Riv has been aiming pretty well this entire game. So there was no doubt that if 2 kills came out, that was still a win. I mean, you got one, that's a win too. You have the economy and the lead as well. So
yeah, and you only invested 1 ulti too, right? Because Battison only used Showstopper, so you still have a couple ults here available.
On defense, you're still looking pretty good, and you can try to get that Rolling Thunder. That's something you don't want to forget. If that gets picked up, then for retake, you can get yourself another round in.
Ooh, great off angle from Battison. The one issue with the Viper wall, right, is the fact that, well, you know, now you actually have to be careful about behind the box for that breakable position here. Well, wait, we saw the Wingman. The Wingman with the spike. It's triggered by the Cypher trip. Doesn't matter, though, as Wingman will be able to get the plant down onto the C. Meanwhile, that fault line coming from Sakura able to deny a little bit of post-plant progression here from Riv. Showstopper from Mealy trying to chase for someone here. Odessa playing off angle here. You saw the thrash coming out from Kazler as well, trying to get some damage here, but a bunch of picks are going back and forth. Odessa finds 1. Oh, it's a Boo Boo and Riv. Oh my god, Riv finds 2. Odessa cleans up as well, and Odessa goes down, and because of that Reformed, it was just clinical. It was clinical, Brown. It just
forgot about Riv again. Riv has literally just been standing in attacker spawn and making such an impact. I was gonna say the Nightfall is gonna be very important to you, so you can find out who was on site. But that's just the people on site, right? You're expecting maybe there's a turret or an alarm bot watching the entry. There's nothing to worry about, and Riv comes in and gives us a masterclass of what it's like to win the series. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is also gonna it's kind of a video proof of like, guys, this is why double controller you should not underrate it. Like it's very scary. It's very, very scary to go up against double controller, especially when it's in the case of one of them being like the ball smokes, the sphere smokes, and the other one being the wall smokes. Viper, is scary. Harbor's got his own, set of util as well that can make it very, very scary, especially for a map like Lotus where there's so much ground to cover. Having the double controller there is able to keep the enemy team guessing about how you're going to be doing the setups, and we saw that time and time again. You know, especially too, you saw how much space that Reformed was able to take on that A main. I think was crucial because for Team Nuke, until they did that one round where they sent 3 members to try to take space for the ruins, and that was only I think because of the fact that they had ultis too that they were willing to do something like that. They had to give up the space more often than not, right? You saw time and time again Viper Wall pushed off of Lucia away from that A main, couldn't even peek it, and then the Omen bubble as well for the sphere smoke. There is no answer, at least with how they were playing it.
Yeah, and you know the Viper Omen, right? This was the meta for so long, and when Viper lost a Molly and some stats got shorter, right? From the duration standpoint, it seemed like people were saying, "Don't play Viper ever again." Well, that's not always the case. It's maybe you don't play Viper in every map, but on a map like this, where you just saw how having specifically those 2 controllers being played. I mean, Misu did a wonderful job beyond just the smokes, right? The aim was great.
Absolutely.
I mean, team MVP into the half or past the half. Like that's a bonus, really. That's a scary Viper that you got to look out for. But you mentioned it, Lubu. I think that was the key of the game. Just being able to take the space, denying information just by putting down a wall. Like how fascinating is that? That is the power of using the Viper and the Omen together on maps like this. And that's why Reformed was able to win the game.
Absolutely. And you know, we saw as well too. I think Reform just had a better game plan coming out for the series as well, because Haven wasn't even their map pick, right? And what off of what Janice was talking about too, undefeated on Lotus, so they had a game plan going into this as well. I think they were obviously pretty excited and pretty happy with how the map picks and bans ended up going. They didn't even need to go to game 3, right? Like just clean, clinical, dominant.
TLDR, dictating the pace was the key of Haven. Good game planning was the key on Lotus. And that I feel reformed now thinking about that. Absolutely fantastic. All right, Lubu. Well, that's the end for us here. This was a fun time. I've never done something like this before, and so I have to thank everyone on our great production team for the help, and a special shout out to Zobi, of course, for inviting me and you to be a part of this. Certainly, you had a lot of fun, Lubu.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm always excited to see really, really good Valorant gameplay, and you know, being able to cast with you actually for the first time as well, despite us knowing each other now for over a year, we finally actually got to cast each other. So very fun. Yeah. And yes, special shout out to Zobi for putting this together and having us on to shoutcast this amazing game.
We all do a lot of wonderful things. We got our social media handles in the subtitle over there. Okay. Well, that's it for us here, and that's it for that series. And you know, tomorrow's going to be even great. Lots of things to look forward to in Game Changers. For more on that, let's throw it over to our analyst desk with our wonderful group over there. Go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, Brownstone and Lubu. Thank you both so much. Where do we start?
Ooh, it's a good question. Yeah. Uh, all they were saying, guys, you know, because I'll be the Janice translator, is that Reformed is kind of goated, looking kind of cracked today, shaping up to maybe be a team that can break through that Final Four, you know, and maybe make it to those grand finals, upset one of the signed orgs. I will say it was also one of our.
Okay, awesome. I'm unmuting in Discord now.
We can't hear them in Discord, but you
we're
can
good.
hear them on
We're good. I just wanted to check we're good.
Yeah.
I'm back, y'all. Hi.
Well, yay. And also, I was going to say, Janice, that Ancient, also, who's an analyst tomorrow, was agreeing that they might be a dark horse to the event. So you guys seem to be on the same page.
I'm glad because they look really good. I mean, shout out to Wingman, but yeah, I mean, it's as you were saying, it's a more raw roster. It's something that hopefully over time, the next couple open qualifiers, we'll see them get a little bit better, a little stronger if they're able to stick together. But right now, props to Reformed GC.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how Reform does tomorrow, along with some more Valorant matches tomorrow. But before we get to tomorrow, we have an interview, and we also have a breakdown of the bracket. So before we do that, we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back. I'm really excited that we actually get to talk to Remote. And I know the graphics is player interview, but Remote, you're the coach for one of our teams that we just watched.
That is correct. I am the coach for Reform GC.
Okay, I am sure you're feeling great after that, but I figured I would ask anyways.
No, yeah, feeling very good. Very happy with the results today.
Yeah, do you have a favorite round from the quarterfinals that you felt strongly showed the synergy of your team?
I think my favorite round has to be, and I don't remember the exact round number, but there's a round where Riv is calling that they're flanking, and then later in the round, Misu says they smoked your turret, and Misu just kills 2 or 3 on the flank, and I just, I was very happy to hear the communication going on and just see that in real time that, the communication flow was just really working today, and it made me very happy to see that. Even though it might not be the flashiest round, definitely just pure fundamental is what I go for.
Okay. I believe prior to this series there was a IGL change. How did that go? How are you feeling about it?
Yes, before this event, Slandy, who I believe is still playing for Mesos Millionaires, was our IGL. Due to time commitments and just not being able to really commit to a team full time, we had to find a new player. Sabubu fit in really, really well with our team. In all honesty, like, the change wasn't that difficult. She fit really well into our system. She got along with all the players, like, literally from day one, from minute one, honestly. And she's really, really knowledgeable. She's really smart. She works really well with me and all the other coaches and players. So the change really hasn't been that impactful in terms of making it difficult for me or the players or anything like that. And overall has been really, really solid. And I'm excited to see where we can continue to progress her from this point forward.
Okay. That's awesome to hear. It's always good to just be able to walk in and see that all of your players, even the folks who are new to a team, are getting along well and able to play well. For folks who are watching who, maybe they know more what it's like to be a player, or they didn't realize that, teams have coaches when it comes to like esports and everything. It seems like an obvious thing, but I've had enough people ask me, "There's coaches? It's not just an in-game leader or in-game lobby leader." What's it like to be a coach for a team?
It's definitely very, challenging at times, very rewarding at times. But at the end of the day, I love this so much. Working with these players, seeing them develop over time is just great. And for anyone who is interested in becoming a coach, I strongly suggest that you do it. If you have the brain for the game, by all means, I really want you to, get involved. We need more and more coaches in the scene every single, tournaments, since there's just more and more teams, either dropping out or finding different routes or something like that. Coaches are really what we need to keep the scene strong, keep players getting better, keep the game competitive, and I really just want to see that grow as much as, I want to see players grow.
That actually leads like really well into my final question. And is there any advice for folks looking to get into coaching you might have?
Just do it. It can be very, very strenuous. It can be very, very nerve-wracking at times, right? You don't want to tell your team the wrong thing, or you don't want to lead them down the wrong path. But you can't get better if you don't practice, if you don't try. I've been doing coaching for 3 years, and I'm by no means the best, but I continuously try to hone my skills. But you physically can't get to the point where you can work with a team effectively and do these sorts of things if you don't start. So just take that leap of faith and just give it a try.
I That sounds like absolutely solid advice, and thank you for your time today. I know it's just day one. There's still all of tomorrow, So good luck to you and your team. I know they're going to do absolutely amazing. And thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
So, analysts, we're not quite done. We've got one more thing to chat about, I believe.
That is true. But first, I want to comment on that interview because, like, I love that advice of just jump in, right? It comes with practice. It comes with, being in the role. Because even, like, Janice, we're on the analyst desk. I don't know if, like, our calls are always right, but I feel like we might have, at least a miniature brain for the game. It's the end of the day, guys. I said it right the first time and I was still questioning it. I might have a brain for the game but not a brain in general, put it that way. But that's really what it is. And I feel like we've seen kind of the difference between squads that have coaches and don't have coaches and all the different coaching strategies and styles. So there isn't a wrong way to coach. I mean, well, a wrong style of coaching, I should say. I know there's not good coaches out there, but and it does kind of make sense what they were saying.
No, absolutely. You can tell like a coach just elevates, and it really elevates. It helps like put together a group. It really can be the glue that binds a team together. It goes from like a great roster to an excellent roster all the way through, and that's why you see the top teams that can have coaches. They always are consistent. They're always great, and yeah, and just get into it. I love that advice because that's how you really got to do anything. You just get right into it. So I love that as well.
Yeah, I also absolutely love it because a lot of the times there's things in life where you just got to dive in and you'll learn along the way. Do you believe the other final thing is our bracket? We should check in on the other teams since folks will be back tomorrow, and we should see who is moving on and getting closer to our finals.
Yes, I think it was you mentioned the top teams have coaches. Well, 3 out of the 4 of these teams do. I believe Oompies no longer has a coach, but they had a coach for a really long time that had a huge impact. So kudos to Trollman there. But I'm not surprised by these top 4 teams in the slightest. You got, you got the 2 the signed orgs. You got Reformed, which is just a powerhouse in itself, was a top runner in the last main event. And then Oomphase, like I said, chaos incarnate is the best way to describe them. They're Kingslayers in their own rights. Now what's interesting to me is both of these are revenge. They're grudge matches, all right? Shopify Rebellion has knocked Oomphase out of main events before. So they want revenge there. And then FlyQuest was Reformed. I believe this might be the 3rd or the 4th time they're going head to head. And they both have kind of, third. So this is the tiebreaker, right? Because I think Reformed won the first one, which was for the direct qualification spot into main event. FlyQuest got the last laugh, right, in that lower bracket run where they knocked them out of main event, which I feel like, maybe a little bit more weighted when you're trying to collect main event points. And now this is like who truly is going to be the best.
FlyQuest has mainly had the number of Reformed, but like I mean, we just saw the form. We just saw how well Reformed are playing. If they're able to come in hot against FlyQuest Red, who knows what happens, because FlyQuest Red, as you were saying earlier, also has some roster shift ups because of some players not being able to attend right now. It's a little chaotic all over the place, but isn't that just a game changer scene? It's going to be really exciting tomorrow for both semifinals and, of course, grand finals for whoever's going to be able to win that open qualifiers number 1.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how all the teams do tomorrow and how the bracket shakes out to be. And folks, this is happening tomorrow at the same time. So while some of the talent on the screen are going to change, it's still going to be just as amazing. So please come and hang out here and watch this again tomorrow as we find out who moves on to the finals. I also want to thank real quick all of the folks who were here, all of the talent, all of the production. Everyone has done an incredible job tonight, and it's so appreciated. And also, real quick, we do want to thank Tech Talks by Emzra for being a sponsor of the unofficial cast. And hey, if you happen to be in Southern California, there's an IRL meetup for marginalized identities and allies in tech called Tech Night. Please go and join them. Go make some new friends IRL you can check out the meetup page at meetup.com/technight. And if you really enjoyed the broadcast and you want to support this broadcast, the free ways to do so are to let folks know that it is happening when it is happening. You can retweet the talents tweets out, and also there is a GoFundMe to help raise money for this event. The link is in chat. Please, if you can make a donation, it would be absolutely wonderful. So please help if you can. If you have any questions or if you just want to get involved as well, you can DM Zobi, who's on the screen. And Zobi, thank
Wow.
you for doing all of this incredible work and making such an incredible, wonderful production for the community.
Yeah, thank you to everybody that stopped by. You know, we've seen a nice increase in viewership with, I guess, I'm going to call it the rebirth of the GCN official cast. I feel like there was a milestone with the recent Twitter discussion. You know, we're bringing more players on, we're bringing new talent in, we're getting people paid for what they love to do after volunteering their time for so long. We even got the kind of, I guess, graphics upgraded, which was really cool because it helps us tell the story a lot more fluidly of these teams and of these players. You know, there were some tech issues, but we got those sorted out, which makes me so excited for tomorrow, where you're gonna see some pretty familiar and you know, faces in the GC broadcast space. You know, some, I don't call them retired you know, broadcast talent, but people who are getting back into the swing of things. So I'm excited, and I hope to see you guys there as well.
It's only up from here.
This is true.
Absolutely. Well, folks, thank you all for hanging out today. Again, please provide any support you can for the cast and the talent and the players. Thank you so, so much. We will see you again tomorrow for our finals.